Hello and welcome to our very first look at the Necromancer's Tale. This is a new dark gothic story RPG. Basically, it is Disco Elysium style, but about a necromancer. I am a firm believer that there is not enough Necromancer games out there. There's never enough Necromancers games that exist. So I'm very, very excited. We're going to take a look at it for a couple of hours this morning, see what it's all about, and dive on in. It's got a little bit of like strategy combat in there as well. We'll just play unbalanced, I feel like, because I have no idea what this game is gonna be like. And dive into the old prologue.
In the year of our Lord, 1701, the Republic of Venice
Voice
went
acting,
to war
yes.
with the sovereign monarchy of Ralston. This war was over passage rights through the Adriatic Sea, though this point will rarely be brought up when the war is discussed by future historians.
Is that a real place? You can skip the interactive prologue if you wish.
It was, like most wars, overstretched and too costly. Neither side could afford it, nor would they back down. Many lives were lost, and whatever the outcome, each nation would nurse its wounds for some time.
I'm gonna turn the music down just a little bit, because it's a little bit loud. Heard this is crazy heavy on the writing. I mean, it's a story RPG.
The war raged on for 6 years, draining both countries' resources. But the Republic of Venice was older than Ralston and had deeper pockets. In a war of attrition, they would win, and both sides knew it. 3 generals from Ralston, 2 brothers and a close friend, came together to strategize, and came up with nothing. They would not win this war.
Unless they raise the dead!
In desperation, one reached out to a dark power and was told to make pilgrimage to Golgotha. With no other avenue, they spent 1 month sailing to the walls of Jerusalem, where they docked under cover of darkness. On the hill where the man named Jesus died, they met a figure, too old to identify as man or woman. It offered them a book, an already ancient thing made of pale leathers and filled with symbols that hurt their eyes to look upon. The thing smiled as they took it, a smile made of too many teeth.
Honestly, if you're gonna go to the place where Jesus died and somebody offers you a creepy leather book, you're taking it. You're taking it, you're reading it, you're getting corrupted. I don't care who you are. I don't care how you think your morals are. Like, who's gonna turn down that kind of power? Who's gonna turn down that kind of mystery? That adventure?
Full of dread for what they had seen and what they were about to do, they sailed for another month to get home. Things had gone badly in the time they were away. Soon they would have to surrender, and Ralston would fall into decline, one it was unlikely to survive. Whatever doubt the men had about using the knowledge in that book, their mind was set now. They cast its pages open and chanted dark incantations. And lo, did the dead walk upon the earth that night.
Also, this is such a buttery voice actor. They picked a really good guy to read this.
Undead sailors hauled themselves into the Venetian boats. Soldiers dragged themselves from battlefields and clawed up from shallow graves to drive the Venetians from the land. The war was won. The Venetians could not fight Ralston's impossible numbers. They surrendered, the book was shut, and the dead were dead once more. The book was destroyed, but the world had noticed. Ralston had dark magic, and no shame in using it. Many enemies, without and within, were born that day.
Need to see if this guy does audiobooks? I don't blame you. We'll see if we can check the credits afterwards.
1711. 3 years later, A child was born to one of the generals involved in unleashing the spell.
A beautiful baby boy.
A beautiful baby boy.
Achievement unlocked. Born. What were you named? I was obviously named Turg. You were named Turg. Ooh, was there a blood moon hung low in the sky the night I was born? A storm came from nowhere. A ship that was caught and doomed to be dragged to the ocean floor below. A comet passed overhead that night, one that cycled between purple and green. Oh, I love that this does not tell me what I'm gonna get from any of this. Look, I'm an islander, so a storm, I know what the sea is about. The storm that night where we were born that came from nowhere.
There was a storm the night you were born. One that came from nowhere. A ship was caught in it.
Oh, I like this
doomed
combo.
To be dragged to the ocean floor below.
I like the idea of us being like big and chonky, really good at investigating, and really good at convincing people what's up.
In a tavern, a captain silently got up, and slowly sailors followed him. Not a word spoken between them. They took their ship and braved the storm.
Already killing people.
They managed to save half the crew on the otherwise doomed vessel. None of them recalled why they risked their lives for this. You were taken from your mother and left with a nursemaid for your first few days in this world.
Did we kill the nursemaid? She was a kindly girl from the town's poor quarters. While your paths cross every few years, you never reintroduced herself. Seeing you always cheer her up, and she's content with that. A distant cousin who hated being tasked with minding you largely ignored you, and when it was done, she told everyone what a fine job she did and how you both had an unbreakable bond. You've not spoken since. Or a heavy-set lady who helped raise many children in town. She was lauded for her understanding of children and how their minds behave, though nobody turned up at her funeral when she died of heart failure. I mean, I feel like a heavyset lady is always such a fun nursemaid to have. I'm inclined to go with this. Also, if nobody showed up at her funeral, nobody will notice when I raise her back from the dead.
A heavy-set lady who helped raise many children in
Analyze.
the town. She was lauded for her understanding of children and how their minds behaved, though nobody turned up at her funeral when she died of heart failure. You were born into wealth and status, and had all you could wish for. But your parents never had another child, and your father was often preoccupied with his work. Your mother, distant, sickly and delirious, you heard another mother say. Hoffman, the family steward, raised you more than they.
Steward.
It was a lonely childhood. 1718. You are 8 years old. You play with friends from school, 2 poorer boys, Diedrich and Flip. Your father disapproves.
Well, father's never
You
around.
play in the graveyard outside the city. Nobody goes there without an armed guard. But children do not care for such things. Children are small and fast, and can outrun ghoul. At least, when the sun is up.
Ghoul.
One day,
So there's
as
like
you
still
play,
undead stuff wandering
you hear
around.
a rustling coming from some trees. You all freeze. Then a stone whizzes out of the green and hits you on the head. You stare in disbelief, a slow trickle of blood running down your face, partially blocking sight from your left eye.
The leaves part and your cousin Lucas, 10 years your senior, steps out. You spot Sophia, a girl you recognize from school. Or a group of children from the city emerge from the tree line. You recognize their leader, a boy named Willard. Let's say a group of children from the city emerge from the tree line. And that this is like too specific. If I want an army of undead, I need to murder all of these children and raise them from the grave.
A group of other children from the city emerge from the tree line. You recognize their leader, a boy named Willard.
You get absolutely stomped.
You shouldn't be here, he calls out. It's against the rules. He punches the palm of his hand. This is for your own good.
Uh-oh. Pick up a stick. Look for a guard. Or be like, my dad'll beat you up. I'm gonna pick up a stick, man. I got strength.
You pick up a stick
Yeah.
and stand your ground.
Donk 'em.
You don't tell me what to do. There were more of them, and they swarmed you. But you broke Willard's nose in the midst of it all, which you felt satisfied with.
That's a good fight.
You weren't sure if it was the broken nose or that they got
Military.
whatever anger they had towards you out of their system, but they left you alone after that.
Cool. The military likes us. Willard is a dorkier name. It's
That
pretty dorky.
night, you are woken by a scratching sound at your window.
Please be a cat. Please be a cat. Please be a cat.
You lift yourself up on one arm and rub your eyes with the other. The scratching sound turns to a chipping one, and a moment later there is a muffled sound of glass breaking. A thin black arm reaches in then and unlatches the window.
It's not a cat.
You know that arm. That kind of arm. A ghoul.
This is cool. I didn't know that the U with the dash above it sounded like an H-O. I keep seeing this as a gull, and I'm like, oh, a seagull has broken into the room.
You scream as it pulls the window open and pulls itself into the room. You've never been so close to one. Its face is like a man's, but gaunt and twisted into a sorrowful, angry expression. It lands on the floor of your room with a sickening thud, and as it stands, it ripples and twists in unnatural ways. You scramble away from it, hot tears streaming down your face as you continue to scream, your throat already sore.
Mine?
The door behind you swings open. Your father steps in. As he looks at the creature, his face is expressionless. He enters the room, sword in hand, and feints to the left. As it lunges, he sidesteps to the right and slices downwards. The gore that sprays from the thing as it falls flicks onto your face. Your father looks down at you for a moment, then nods and leaves to make sure there are no others. You never play in the graveyard again.
Oh, man, I loved the graveyard.
1721. One morning, your mother comes to your school. She takes you out, even though classes are not finished. She says everything is okay, but you do not believe her.
Papa? Her presence alone is the warning. Appearance, mannerisms, or like what? I'm trying to think like which one of these are gonna. Analyze is the ability to read other people's truthfulness and intentions. Out of place elements would be investigate. So I feel like her presence alone would probably be that. And her mannerisms would probably be knowledge. I was kind of thinking her presence alone is the warning because it sounds like she was like sick and never around.
Her presence alone is the warning.
All right, well, whatever.
Your mother never comes to your school.
We're getting a little balanced.
When you were too young to go alone, Hoffman brought you. Now you travel alone. She has never come here. She brings you around the town. First you stop to buy sugared apples. Then she takes you shopping. New clothes, new books, new toys. A luggage truck.
Uh-oh.
She brings you to the castle, and
We live in a
with
castle?
some whispered words and coins exchanged, the guard lets you into the grounds. You go to the pond
no.
and throw bread, and watch fish pop their heads up to steal from the ducks. You walk the city walls, and the two of you take in the view. The sea to the west, the hills to the south, the forest to the east and north, and beyond the northern tree line, the road that leads to the capital. That, she tells you through teary eyes, is where you're going. You won't understand until you're older. Maybe not even then. You need more than I can give you, more than I can be.
Yeah, you've been a pretty terrible mother, to be honest.
You protest. She cries.
Boarding school?
When she stops crying, she doesn't remember where
Necromancer
you are,
boarding school?
how you got there. A watchman brings you home. There, your father glares at you, angry that you upset your mother, angry at your non-compliance. Hoffman brings you to your room to help you put your new clothes and books and toys into your new trunk. He tells you that she loves you, that this is for the best.
Wow.
A few days later, your carriage rides out of town.
Oh yeah, we're a moody team.
In your children's stories, events like this happen on rainy days, but today is sunny and clear-skied. As the carriage crests a hill, you can look back towards the city and see it all. The farms, the walls, the groves, the castle, the seas. Your home.
God, this guy is a really good VA.
How do you feel as you are taken away?
Good question. I'm angry. This is something I could not fight. I hurt a deep wound of betrayal. Or I don't understand what I did wrong for them to send me away like this. I wonder, will I ever understand? I don't love that, like, dad is so bad. I feel like, I don't know, man, we're really good at being strong, and being angry is being strong. I like how he says, how do you feel? Yeah, right? Going to Swinevurka, Drumstag? I feel like I need to look at a map to see where we actually are. I do feel like unwanted and tossed aside. I don't know, man. My parents did look after me. My dad saved me from that ghoul. I'm angry. I couldn't fight that ghoul. My dad had to save me. I couldn't deal with this. I'm angry about this.
I am angry,
Yeah.
feeling unwanted and tossed aside. This is something I could not
We're gonna be a bruiser.
1722. A year has passed. More quickly than you might have expected. Winter's first snow falls lightly outside. You watch from your dorm and reflect on your time here.
Yeah, I guess we are in boarding school. Year was hard. You started many fights. You ended many too. Ooh, so many options. Physical activities, joined the running team, dreaming up schemes and enacting them, befriended some of the more unsavory children. I like befriending unsavory children. Convince the people to tell lies and talk people into doing your bidding. 5 or 6, right? I am Malfoy. I think so. Yeah. I think I am becoming Draco Malfoy for sure. I think let's make some friends. You know what? If we're going away, we should have some friends, because when those kids die, we're gonna need to bring them back as skeletons.
You have befriended some of the more
nice.
unsavory
Both
children.
of those points.
You have tried tobacco and alcohol and partook in a seance with somebody that you feel differently towards.
This is my university experience in a nutshell.
1725. Your schooling is done now.
Am I making a necromancer or Cordite Hulk?
Is over. You spent much of this year deciding what to do next.
Well, if you think about it, a lot of times necromancers wear heavy armor and have maces. So there is that version of necromancer. There's like the wizened old wizard necromancer, but there's also like the frontline gonk necromancer who steals health from people and smashes in skulls. He's also into goth girls, yeah. Continue with your education, follow in your father's footsteps, and join the military. Now, the military likes us, so that's probably not a bad idea. Or courtly intrigue. I feel like we should be in the military.
Ultimately, you decided
Yeah.
to follow in your father's footsteps.
2 screams
and
daddy
joined the
issues. We have
military.
so many daddy issues. Are you kidding me? We decided to be like angry that we weren't able to fight that ghoul, you know, but it all makes sense.
Perhaps it will gain you some favor with him.
I just want dad to love me.
With
Okay.
your path decided, you found you had time before your training began, so you made the trip home to visit your parents and tell them of your plans.
As a Death Knight, not a Necromancer? Well, a Death Knight is a Necromancer. It's just like a different subclass. It's a prestige class.
The travel home feels faster than it was leaving. Perhaps mindset, perhaps age, perhaps because you have done it once already and can spy milestones. Whatever the reason, you arrive home to your mother and Hoffman awaiting you. Your father is not there, but joins you for dinner that
I was like,
evening.
dude, if my dad died before I got home, I was going to be
It had
bummed.
been 4 years since you were home. Not a long time for some, but a quarter of your life. You had this idea that you had matured, changed so much in that time, but
Attempts to gain access to the library's restricted areas are rejected. These books are not for children. Wow, you're old friends with tales of your time away, and it pains when they don't seem impressed. Or you still find your father to be as inscrutable as ever? Oh man, I think we have to play daddy issues at this point. I want access to that library, but that's clearly like... These all feel like negative traits.
you still find your father to be as
No.
inscrutable as ever.
My analyze.
You try to engage the man, talk about his interests, your time away, and your chosen path, but you cannot tell if he is impressed, interested, or even paying attention.
Papa.
Despite this, it is good to be home again, to see your friends and family. You have a good summer. As you leave for your new training, you wonder how long until you come home next, and how you will have changed by then.
Well, hopefully I'll have an army of undead with me by then.
1727. You are nearly 2 years into your training now, and it goes largely as expected. You miss home, but the pangs grow less as time passes. You are woken late one night and told to gather your things. You have been given an assignment. The training barracks is alive with people packing and being
never
assigned
changes.
equipment. Something is happening.
Military money
You
on
are
the side,
placed
yeah,
in a
yeah.
new squadron, who are told they are to protect an ambassador. You are to rendezvous with them in a nearby town and ride with them out of the country. It is only once you are out of the country that you hear of the war. A lich, a powerful undead sorcerer, has begun raising the dead and marches on the capital. So far, its armies show no sign of moving out of Ralston, but Venetian and Habsburg forces are amassing on their respective borders to repel anything that tries to cross them. You request reassignment many times over the following year. It is always denied. Eventually, word reaches you that the Lich has been defeated, that its forces collapsed as the final blow was struck.
Not a very good
Your
lich.
father was at that battle, as was your uncle. You learn your uncle was wounded, but is well. Neither man died, though the same cannot be said for thousands of others in the country.
Every dead man is just another man for our army. What is the trope on this? You want to be loved by your daddy so much that you kill him in a fit of passion and pain at his rejection and apathy, thus becoming the man you're destined to repeat his behavior with your own children? Listen, I'm going to kill my father in a fit of rage, and then I'm going to raise him to be my bodyguard for the rest of my life.
You look up the other soldiers you trained with. Most were deployed across the country to help fight back the dead. Very few survived. Those that were not sent were ones like you, from prestigious families. You know you should have been sent to war with them. And like them, You should not have survived.
We Nepo baby.
1729. Your training complete. You land your first post.
I guess that would have been very different if we didn't join the military. This feels like it already would have been dramatically different if I picked a different path. Were we sent to find ferrets and crush pockets of the shrouds? A cushy job in the courts of the Queen? Or assigned to the Navy and sent to chase down corsairs operating in the Mediterranean? Oh man, I did take that like when I was born, the sea murdered a lot of people. I like the idea of leaving the army and joining the Navy. I'm playing the officer archetype again. Fine then, we're gonna join the Navy.
You were
then.
assigned to the Navy and sent to sea to chase down corsairs operating in the Mediterranean.
No zombies on the ocean.
You are glad to have grown up in a port, even if it was only for a while. You watched the others struggle to find their sea legs for some time. The vessel you've been assigned to, the Lance, has several clashes with the corsairs in this region. They fight hard. You do not always win.
If you don't always win, that means you die. The battle fuels me. The corsairs do not own the seas and they never will. I find the time difficult and lose many friends, but the corsairs cannot lay claim to our waters. I would say the battle fuels me. I think we really are leaning into being a gonk.
The battle fuels me.
Yeah, we are.
These corsairs do not own the seas, and they never will. 1731. You are through the early years of your career now. You have earned some recognition.
I'm going to be so bad at investigating anything.
And a purse are made available to you. As you take some time to enjoy this leave, a terrible thing happens to you.
Uh-oh. My arm is broken when climbing the Alps. A hunting trip results in a terrible stomach wound. Or a night on the town ends up with your legs being damaged. This is obviously -1 to either strength, agility, or constitution. I'm gonna say that my legs. I take the broken arm. Like, this is a terrible stomach wound. It's brutal, but yeah, maybe we should just let the arm be broken. Otherwise, we're never gonna succeed on any of those kind of checks. I feel like a broken arm heals. Dodgy leg for life, awful stomach for life, or dodgy arm for life. A broken arm heals. It doesn't have to be dodgy. But then again, who needs to move fast when you are the size of a fridge? A wooden leg is themed? Oh, okay. That's the argument. That's the argument for sure. If I can get a peg leg.
A night on the town ends with your leg being severely damaged.
Also, this is just, we got drunk and hurt ourselves.
You met with your friends, Elsa, Laszlo, and Astrid. The four of you went to the local tavern. It is a busy night, with music playing on the stage and entertainers going from table to table. A fire roared, a pig was roasted, devilment was in the air.
Pig.
Many drinks in, you met a couple, Heta and Jobst. They joined your group. You shared stories over beers. They were going to a party and invited you along. You decided to go, even though your friends were calling it a night.
New friends,
you,
new friends.
Heta and Jobst wandered the streets drunkenly laughing, sharing a bottle of pumpkin seed liqueur you'd bought at the tavern.
Pumpkin seed liqueur?
They brought you through an alleyway.
The original pumpkin spice latte.
They stopped and took out a bag of powder. Heta took a pinch and motioned to offer you some. As you grew near, she blew it in your face. Everything quickly became blurry, and then nothing.
It cocained me.
When you came to, you could not place where you were. Your head throbbed with a great pressure. You realized you were upside down, tied that way.
Kinky.
You hung by your right ankle. Your left leg was tied behind your right one. Your knee bent at a 90-degree angle so your legs were perpendicular. Your arms were stretched out to your sides and folded back in at the elbow, then tied behind your back. You were tightly bound, unable to move.
This has been more than a mugging, I think.
You could see out a window. You were high up. Inside the clock tower, you thought. There was movement around you. First, you heard Jobst speaking. No, not speaking. Chanting. A language you didn't know. You saw a figure walk before
Finally.
you. It wore a robe. You realized it was Heta when you saw the hair coming from her hood. She saw you were awake.
Dude, I'm really good at strength and
Jobst.
constitution. There's no way I'm that drunk. I'm gonna just bust free of these ropes. Cool.
The chanting stopped. Another robed figure walked out before you. I am sorry, Jobst said, that this is happening to you. You seem nice. We had hoped to find a sacrifice we'd feel less guilty about. I guess it's not really a sacrifice if it's something you wanted rid of. He smiled. There was a kindness there that didn't sit well in this situation.
Good point.
The sun is coming up, Heta said. Jobst stood. Without saying anything else, they left. You wondered how long it would be until you would be found and let down. Then you smelled the smoke. A fire. They were burning the tower. A panic washed over you. How long until the flames spread and you burned? The smoke filled the room. You coughed. A bell sounded. Soon, the smoke began to die out.
Can't even sacrifice me, right?
Somebody passing in the early hours had seen the fire and sounded the alarm. They were able to extinguish the flames before the fire could properly take hold. Soon you were found and cut down. You still bear a scar on your ankle. Heta and Jobst were never found.
I hope we find them.
1733. When you learned of your father's death,
Papa!
you were...
No, Papa! We're definitely at work, man. We're a working man.
at work. You were called into a private room, and the news was delivered to you by your superior.
Sure, gets smoked like the
It was a small stone room, only one way out, and that was blocked by your supervisor. You were trapped in that terrible grey space, in more ways than one.
I think I just got another $6 for being at work.
Something changed in you then, and not for the better.
Ooh. I do want to lose myself in a rage, but I'm also like, I was such a daddy's boy. That's true. We were going to kill him ourselves. I'm mad. I'm mad that we didn't get to kill him ourselves. That's the right answer. Yeah.
I lost myself in a rage.
Uh-oh. But the supervisor's the only one in here. Am I going to attack my supervisor in the military? That's not a good idea.
I wanted him to see how well I'd done. I wanted to make him proud, but now I never could. Now, days later, your carriage crests the hills towards Marnes, the sun blasting off the red and yellow bricks and rippling off the blue sea beyond.
I didn't get any perks for that.
Almost home.
Home to see my mother and support her in this terrible time. Bury a man I never knew and now never would. Home to reclaim my life now that the man who sent me away is dead. Let's bury the man. That way we know where his corpse is. I don't know. We have a good life in the military. I don't know that we need to come back home.
Home to bury a man I never really knew, and now never would.
My acuity back. Turg van Elstrix. He's a military man with 16 dollary dues. Skill points remaining 0. Oh, so you can also just like change these as you will. Honestly, I don't really want to change any of them. I like that they're assigned based on how you tell that story. This is the story of Turg. He's got strong constitution. He's good at talking people up a little bit. He's not very knowledgeable. He spent all his time working. And he's also not very impressive or very fast. He's a dashing gentleman with a scar. Oh. An hour from the north gate of Marnes, my coach had been climbing a steep hill surrounded on all sides by oaks before the great forest gave way to farmland. And there we saw a young woman accosted by 2 brigands. The coachman called to me.
Sir.
Yeah. I'll save the young woman. The coach pulled to a stop. Oh, should we just make friends with the bandits? We did make friends with a lot of ruffians. It's so funny having to think of like a Victorian guy being like, yes, my lady. Has Mons fallen so far while I've been away? I'm gonna give them the juke. I'm gonna make them think I'm on their side, and then I'm gonna give them the 1-2 punch. Hey there, good men. What has this young woman done to draw your attention?
This woman is a trickster. Don't let her appearance deceive you.
The woman looked at him with disdain, but not fair.
I'm not afraid of you.
Okay, so far I like Flora
I am a
Jan.
brigand of the northern forest.
The man advanced with their spears trained on her.
I'm a herbalist from a small village near Mons.
I am Klaus for coachman.
Cool.
I am a brigand of the northern forest.
Okay, I want Flora Jan.
I am a carefree herbalist from a small village near Mons.
Though it does sound like an herbalist would like round out our party better. I'm gonna have to move my face. Otherwise I'm gonna be blocking stuff all day, I think. Yeah. Over here. You guys are coming over here with me now. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Attempt to bargain with them, left them to their squabble, confronted them. Let's confront them. Outsider trust decreased. The 2 men turned their spears towards me, and the coachman leapt down with his sword drawn. Okay, confront and fight are 2 different things, but sure. To the left of your screen are portraits of your main character and your allies. Characters take turns in sequence. To the right of the screen are your enemies' portraits. Ludwig and Flora Jan. Each portrait has a health bar and a number of action points. Health bar and a number of action points. Oh, that's the 5? Okay. AP are used to move, attack, reload, equip weapons, cast spells. Your own character has a number inside a star shape. This shows their magic points for casting spells. Click on the terrain to move your character towards that spot. The hexagonal tile will take you to the route taken. This costs 1 AP. Click on an enemy character to attack. Action points like melee weapons have a range of 1 or 2. Missiles can fire further. End turn finishes the active turn. Mortal characters can carry up to 3 AP to the next turn of combat. Double click your inventory and double click a weapon to equip it. Open both your character sheet and inventory and drag items in the slots. AP points to use, effectiveness against armor, leather, metal, etc. If you have undead minions and magical ability, you can activate and move a minion by casting the activate minion spell. After firing a missile weapon, you will need to reload it. Reloading costs action points. Muskets, super action points. You cannot do basically anything. Your camera can move freely using the arrow keys. Okay. Leather coat and a knife. I don't feel like I'm going to use a musket pistol. Win your first fight against a pair of brigands. The men turned and fled. The fight was not going their way. We let them go. I like how I just dropped him in one hit. I just walk up and just clock him with the pommel of a dagger.
I know you. You are the son of Zelig.
I am. She shrugged and smiled sweetly and straightened the garland in her hair. I nodded. She seemed about my age, but I don't recall her face from the past. Who are you?
Just a girl from the village yonder.
No, I don't trust you at all. She looked slyly at me and waved her arm vaguely to the north, back down the hill the way we had come.
I was collecting herbs when they waylaid me.
My coachman eyed her suspiciously, but said nothing. You weren't afraid? Your life seemed in danger.
It was not. Those men are fools.
True. The coachman scowled at her. Who were they?
The protection of the city is not there for all of us. And outside its walls, there are many men such as these.
This much of a words are true. In recent times, I never travel beyond the city without a weapon.
All right, then. Be safe.
I am sorry. It is a sad day. And Lord Zelig was a good man.
I don't want to see her again. Oh, we don't need this dame. Oh. I climbed back into my coach and glanced out to wave farewell, but in the place of the young woman stood an old hag watching me. The shadows seemed to draw in around her face, leaving her face indistinct.
Be wary. We select dead the wolves are circling.
I didn't know she was an old hag. Otherwise, I would have invited her back.
The house of an Airstrick may have an important part in the
Matt,
fate
hello.
of the kingdom. Do not presume to know who your friends and enemies are.
I got tricked. I got bamboozled. I could have made a hag friend. My first mistake. Obviously, this game has already given you the old 1-2 wombo combo.
Man.
On the bright side, we did save the hag from the brigands, so... The carriage comes to a sudden stop, which jolted me awake. I thought that on my return home after so many years, I would watch it all, rising over the hills to see Marnes, entering the gates, the ride to my family home. But I had been traveling for 3 days now, and had clearly been too tired to stay awake, despite the strange encounter in the forest. Still, I was home. Perhaps it was unkind of me, but when I stepped out, I was surprised to be greeted by Hoffman. I expected him to be long retired by now. Despite his age, he stood tall as he greeted me.
Welcome home, my lord. I trust your journey was a pleasant one.
I returned home to bury my father, Albrecht. It was not a pleasant journey. You're making a skill check, a level 2 analyze. This means that you need 2 levels of analyze to pass it. If your skill is less than 2, you can spend points from your skill pool to make up the balance. It refills at the start of each chapter. I have analyzed level 2. Notice something in Albrecht's demeanor, or let it pass for now. I'll notice something. Hoffman was always an indecipherable aid to my father. He showed no emotion in most things. To study him would do little to give away that he largely raised my father and followed him into numerous wars. When he froze for a moment, I noticed. How is this not a private setting? What is it, Hoffman? He paused.
It has already happened. He was cremated and entombed yesterday.
What?
We did not
Cremated?
receive word of your arrival, and your uncle hastened the event, as your mother's health has been understandably poor since the passing. I am sorry you found out this way.
I was shocked at this, and I'm sure that Albrecht noticed.
If you wish to go inside to compose yourself, I shall follow along with the luggage.
I'm furious. It took me a moment, but I nodded and let him be. We would discuss this matter away from prying eyes of the coachman. I traveled all this way, and they'd already had the funeral. Ooh. Oh, nice. You can walk around with WASD. That's good. Rip, run, restart, right? We never got to do anything with Dad. Now I'm just going to carry around all these heavy feelings and have nowhere to put them. I take care of my home before going into the city. Okay, we got a little run action. Boat, jetty. I have fond memories jumping into the sea from here. Boat hadn't been tested to it in an age. I wonder, is it still seaworthy? Well, I'm a sailor. I should probably know that. What am I saying? I'm not going inside. There's stuff for me to look at around out here. I got to explore all of the surroundings. What if there's secret treasure? We don't know what kind of game this is yet. There is secret treasure. There's a cat. Then there's the real secret treasure. Hello, kitty cat. A black and white cat saw me watching me suspiciously. I reached out a hand. It hissed and ran off into the house, around the house. Oh, I'll make friends with you yet, kitty cat. Leather gloves, leather boots, a shovel, a farm tool, a scythe, a hat, and a bucket. Let's go. New drip. I like that we don't have pants. Base damage 10, base damage 8. Scythe, not bad as a weapon. You can view active tasks by using the journal icon. It flashes when there's unread stuff. Also have a bucket. Base damage 35. When committing a crime or misdemeanor, you will see blue arcs in front of the character. If you move inside an arc, it will turn red, indicating you have been witnessed. Carrying a weapon openly is not allowed within the city. What about carrying a sick hat? Is that cat over here? Said it ran around.
Please, go inside and I'll follow along with the bags once I pay the driver.
All right. Cat's gone. I like that we have a scythe. I feel like our guy wielding a big scythe is definitely very Necromancer. It was just as I remembered, less cavernous perhaps, but still an impressive room. A grand staircase leading up to the bedrooms and private offices. No sign of any servants. Besides the fire, my mother slumbered. Partial suit of armor. That looks like there's a pair of pants there. Where was the rest of the armor? I needed to ask Albrecht. Why were these paintings off the wall? Oh my god, mother is selling the house. Why are my most precious wines sitting in the entrance hall? My possessions, some changes clothes, some books, nothing of real value. The cat. It was sleeping peacefully. Condolence cards. Oh my god, so many condolence cards. This one is just signed S. I'm opening that one. Death comes for us all in the end, but how do we greet him? Cowering, angry, bartering like a statesman, or with open arms like a friend? The guard captain? This is cool. Your husband is and will continue to be a great inspiration to me and my soldiers. We will endeavor to keep Marnes and all of Ruthstein as safe as he did. Well, you're doing a very bad job. Know that it takes a legion to replace him. Lord Richard Carnell. I am saddened by your loss. The uncle. I cannot believe he's gone. With the pomp over, I will be taking some time to warn him. If you need anything while I'm gone, ask Lucas. I'm sorry I need to retreat away when you need me most. I failed him and now I fail you. Yeah, Gervais, you do suck. Lucas, this was my cousin. He's like, I'll do anything. The Queen? I'm deeply saddened by the loss of Ruthstein's finest sons. His efforts to this country have these past 30 plus years have kept the great nation safe and prosperous, though admittingly difficult times. It's truly hard to say if we would stand so tall if it were not for his sacrifices. I will hold a vigil for him on the day of his funeral, and the royal household will be fasting in his honor and memory. Was he the original Necromancer? I guess he was, right? Because it said we were born from one of the generals. So it had to have been him. My friend Diedrich and his grandmother Sybil. We don't have the words to convey our sympathies. Man, well, at least everybody's willing to give us stuff. A second card to from Diedrich just to me. So sorry I admired your father. Always wish he'd been my dad. Let's drink to his memory when you get back. Absolutely, Diedrich. Let's go get drunk. Nothing bad has ever happened to me when I've gotten drunk with friends. The local priest. Sucks to him. Such a loss to you and the city, the entire nation. La la la, God. My friend Sophia. All the way in the back. Okay. The family room. Gulliver's Travels. By Jonathan Swift. What is this, the entire book? That's interesting. Love and Excess. Robinson Crusoe. This is hilarious. I need to, you know, what if there's a secret note in one of these books? The drawing room. Look how my mom's just like sitting in front and I'm like, I'm not even gonna talk to her. We know how to play the piano? That's kind of neat. Didn't learn that in the Navy. Obviously cremate the body so no one would know he's a lich. You can use the right mouse button or Ctrl to see what's interactable. Oh, good. I was wondering if that was a button. What else we got back here? Non-interactable toilet. Really a missed opportunity. One of my favorite places in this house was the kitchen. Many was the night when Albert would bring me here to fix a late snack. Jars. I took a fork. I took a cleaver. Stirring tools here. Put pot tools here. Is a bowl a pot tool? Is a fork a stirring tool? What about an apple and an assorted food? The stove emitted acrid fumes. Maybe not. Maybe not yet. Ah, there is an actual cooking pot and a ladle. That's probably what I need to use. Cooking pot, ladle, assorted food. Apple? Grease? Cooking pot of grease. More grease? So it looked like that changed. At least. A bowl of grease. Great. Okay, so we got some grease. Is there like an inventory weight? It doesn't look like it. My father's bottles of wine and the drink rack. A basement. A trap door, heavy looking, reinforced with metal braces. No obvious locking mechanism. I couldn't see a way to open it. A dusty storeroom where my father kept mementos of his adventuring days. I was forbidden to enter this as a child. Now I'm going to loot the hell out of it is what I'm going to do. Nothing can stop me. A medal? A knife? Ancient Egyptian mummification? Scribbled hastily as a footnote, I have identified the substance wood alcohol as a pure distillation of a brew made from wood and water. It can be made in a standard alcohol still. The Englishman Sir Robert Boyle in the first of the modern times produced it in a pure form might have been the key to the rejuvenate ritual through which the wounds of the animate undead may be magically reversed. Do we keep that book? What else do we have here? Eastgate Hospital's graveyard? The cemetery? I need to talk to Albrecht and my mother and learn what I can about my father's death. You can make your own entries. Time of day. Feedback. Spellbook unavailable. Wood, alcohol, wood, and water in an alcohol still. Can I make a note about this? Wood, alcohol. Wood and water in an alky still. Killed Jobst and Hesse. They were the ones that tried. Yeah, if we could find those. Those two, absolutely. I took a party dress. And a telescope. Yoink. Door to Albert's room was always locked. It was his only place of refuge. All right, let's go talk to Mama and the butler. The dining room. Lots of important meals that I don't ever get invited to. Wood, alcohol, methanol? Maybe? My father looked to be waking from rest. As I approached, she raised her hand to block the light.
Did we not bury you?
Oh, my mom is a goth mommy.
Juliana van Elstrik, your loving mother, and recently widowed of my life's love, Zelig.
I found her tone to be strangely casual. Mother, it's me, Turg. Recognition washed over her face.
My baby has returned. Your father will be so glad to see you.
Oh boy.
Your father. Your father. Oh.
When did we get that cat? Oh, yes. I don't remember. I feed it sometimes and it seems to like it here. I came home for the burial, but I've been told it's happened already.
Has it? Oh,
Why
yes,
did this have a voice
think
line?
It might have. I recall. No, that was a dream, I think. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay, you take a nap, Mama. You're obviously high on ether or something. Aldrich
Can I
was
help you, my
beside my
lord?
bags. Whoa. When did we get that cat? I feel like they added this cat in. I feel like a lot of people played this game and they were like, why are there no cats? And they were like, we better add a cat in here. Annoying creature. It turned up recently and started pestering us. I would have driven it away, but your mother insisted on feeding it. My ma seems kind of bad. She's been declining rapidly since your father passed, not sleeping, confusion, losing sense of where she is. Hoping your return will anchor her. In the past few days, the pain lessens when she sleeps better, properly. She wanders a little lost, and I help her get sleep when I can. I'm sure she'll be fine. Has a doctor seen her? There's nothing a doctor can do for her other than lock her in a madhouse. Sorry, Master Turg. How did my father die? A sharp look from him then. He must not have wanted the question, but surely he expected it. He was found dead in a bush, the smell of alcohol on him. Just like me. The herbalist Aelin performed the autopsy and said it was failure of the heart brought in by over drinking. Does the city not have doctors? I should find and question this man. I need to search the house for more evidence on my father's drinking habits. Who found him? Groundskeeper. Nikos is not here. He no longer works for the family. In a brief with your father's passing, the family's financial affairs are unstable. Why was there no surgeon? He was drunk in a bush? Broken bottles scattered around him with the funeral. I've not had time to tidy the area. It's around the back of the house. Oh, where the cat was. Where the cat was. These cats have seen a lot. Why was the funeral so soon? There was no word that you would arrive. Your uncle was worried that the Shroud would take the body. I thought the worshippers of the Lich would have taken off by now, but clearly that's not the case. Given your father's part in the war, his corpse would have been a valuable trophy. Did they have the ability to raise the dead? It is hoped so. The presumption is that they are waiting for a new Death Lord to rise. Taking the body would be a gesture of resistance. I'm surprised the members haven't been chased down by now. Your uncles tried, but they're hard to find. They don't advertise themselves. There were many mortals who fought on the Lich's side in the war. Not all of them were found. Your uncle believes that those who survived are out there waiting. Why would they pledge to an undead sorcerer? This life isn't enough for some, I suppose. They want more time, or maybe they want to see others suffer. Okay, okay. Dad turned into a cat. It's possible. That's why he hissed at me and ran away. What's going on with the half-suit armor here? We're in the midst of selling some pieces. The brief of your father's passing has left your family's finances under pressure. Tell me more about this financial issue. Your father seems to have managed to run down his finances. When alive, he was keeping things going just enough to mask it from me. When things settle more, and with your permission, I'll begin to go through the finances in his office. I nod in agreement, considered what my father had done. Perhaps I should look at these documents. Where is the rest of the staff? Temporarily let go. Tell me more about the funeral. It was, as you would have expected, a grand event with your soldier's guard. Your uncle spoke, then the cremation. The ashes were gathered and marched through town. The crypts were cleared and his remains placed in the vault. If the ghoul chased out or any indication, his ghost would have a suitable fight should God see fit to charge him so. A hint of pride showed across his face, the most honorable burial possible. Your uncle has commissioned a statue for the town center. Nastara Masson has been hired, and at no small cost. Okay, so my uncle has all the money? What's going on here? He's got enough money to make a statue? Why are the paintings off the wall? In the midst of selling some? Do you know anything about the trap room? The wine cellar is below there. Zelig had it bolted down for some creatures found their way in through the old tunnel. Horrid, cowering things with cruel fangs and claws. Your uncle and father drove them off and dispatched several in the process. How can it be open? Would that be wise? I don't know. More questions about my father's death? No. About the Shroud? No. About my mother? Perhaps the herbalist could take a look? There's no concoction he can brew to aid her. I don't know why he performed your father's autopsy, but I wouldn't let him near your mother. Well, has he seen a priest? I guess? Father Allaware has been a marvel coming here for private communing. He prays for her soul often in this difficult time. Alright. Albert, you're of no goddamn use to me. Can I get those pants? I don't have any pants. Yeah, it sounds like there were some sort of ghouls in the crypt. It's becoming a dungeon.
Albrecht, there you are.
Yep, it's me, your husband, Albrecht. Want to make some eggs. Mother, it's me. I'm home.
You're home. I had hoped to make something for you, but... Oh, I must have lost track of time.
Oh, mama.
I
You
might
ain't
go
doing so
rest
good.
for a while.
All right, nobody knows how to do anything. They said there was maybe documents in the office. Hey, there's a bed back there. How do I get to that bed? How do I get to that side of the house? Kick an open door. Oh! Perhaps through the giant stairwell in the middle of the house. This is like a cubbyhole. I'm not a smart man. Bathroom. Oh, there's a creepy child doll. My parents' bedroom. Even now, it felt like a violation to be in here. 2 portraits of my mother. Recall the one being painted when I was last home. The one of her as a younger woman must have been commissioned right around the time I was born. Even in the older painting, I could see a hint of something in her face. Despair, which I never noticed before. Fancy dress, bedgown, and a bodice. That's obviously my ma's clothes. Bandages, strange stone, a key, trousers, a needle and thread, and a gold ring. I'm going to take all of that. And I'm going to put on those trousers. Papa, I'm wearing your pants. I don't think I need that party dress. My mother's journal is a mess. My father's study. Diary of a barkeep. Still can't get any suckers to drink that Bamberg swill. If I see that traitor again, I'm going to make him chew on his foot. This is 1650, so this is like 70 years ago? The new Duke is going to be the death of me. The only time her drinks has made anyone so sick is when they drink too much of them. But my supplier is the same one my dad used his entire life. Heard a funny story about the stuff. Conrad had a weird story about how some deformed beast jumped on his back and attacked him while staggering his drunk self home. Claims it stole his jacket and all of his coins. Earned him a few pity drinks. Conrad's pity drinks were more envy than I thought. Lorix claims the same beast jumped on him and sped off with his coin. Well, this sounds like this is what happened to my dad. Haven't seen Michelle in a few nights. Lauren said he hasn't been to work either. They've run some fool errand across the country more than once. My brother's coming over for Cologne. He offered to help me with my books. They've been such a mess since Peter died. I keep trying to write, but my hand keeps trembling. My brother decided he had to see the cathedral in the middle of the night. Come back after a few hours, white as snow with a massive bite out of his shoulder. Couldn't talk until the next day. He said some massive beast like a deformed calf with horrible twisted fangs jumped on his back and forced him to carry it around. Is this why Michelle is still missing? Did Conrad and the others really see this thing? I'm closing up early tonight. My brother and I borrowed some pikes from a friend and we're going to find this beast. There's been at least 2 new attacks every night. The boys started calling it the Backhauf. Whatever it is, we find it, we're going to mount its head above the bar and burn the rest of it so it can go back to hell where it belongs. No further entries but a folded note. Dearest Zelig, I found this curious diary in a barn acquired in Ashen. Given some of our prior conversations, I suspect you might get some amusement out of it. A globe of the world. I couldn't help but curious what these red and black flags meant, but there was no sign of a key anywhere. I picked up a key. Mac, hello, hello. Being smart is not required to master the forces of life and death. No. Seances for the living. A book? I possibly couldn't reach it with my agility skill check. Level 1. No, I have level 1. Copy of the play Macbeth. Inside was an unaddressed letter to my father. You owe me a debt and I intend to collect it in a week hence. I warn you neither to disappear nor shortchange me. The result of either would be most unpleasant for you. Zelig van whatever it is. After reading that letter, I put it in my bag. My father's armor. Military. I could see that it had undergone several repairs, including a severe gash to the back. Father had been lucky to survive the war. Then again, I consider anyone who came back from that war to be lucky. Can we take that armor? And that sword? I took the family sword. A surprising lack of military books in the old bookcase. In the drawer of the desk, we have... We needed to find a key. I have a key. Some personal items. A bottle of port, a strange trinket, a knife, a bluestone ring, a belt, and leather gloves. Trying to run out of space here. Pile of maps and writing scattered across it. It was messy. I look at the maps. Up-to-date charts of the known worlds and sketchings of local areas with various tombs. Examine the papers. Personal and academic papers. My father was not, to my memory, a particularly learned man. Surprised to see writings from Zoimos, D, and Paracelsius. I can make no discernible pattern of what my father was reading. What about the financial matter? I ignored the other texts and focused on the ledger showing my father's expenses. Things were bleaker than I expected, and I could understand why Albrecht decided to cut back on the staff. With my father alive, he could have held things together, certainly, but what were a butler and my mother do with the loss of income? Where's all the money gone? The ledger showed it bleeding out, but to where? Perhaps in these books he had been looking for a way to turn lead to gold. There were some letters on the desk. One demanding payment or else stood out. Shocked to see my father was indebted to some shady sort, but given his finances, I understood. Well, that didn't tell me much. But I did get a nice belt out of this. My father's belt, of which he administered discipline. Yeah, let's put that into my offhand. Why not? A ring? I wore the blue stone ring. Bottle of port, a strange stone. I can wear this cloth as a mask. And yeah, we also have this 6th sword now. But I can't wear it in the city. It's a whipping belt, yeah. I've been whipped enough as a kid to know the difference between a regular belt and a whipping belt. Portrait of Aldous Schmidt, a vague memory of the man from my youth, a general alongside my father and uncle. Here, Roy. Where's my bedroom? Great for keeping marriages spicy. Yeah. Doorbell rang loudly. I ignored it for now. I have more stuff to explore. Like books. Bet he lost money on Hazard one more time. Bring back the silky voice narrator. While liches are by no means a new concept, until recently they could easily be dismissed as fanciful speculation or archaic myth. The recent war in Ruststein, however, has forced us to jettison these false comforts. I'm not gonna read all that. Safe procurement of devil's wood. Proper scientific inquiry. A tangle of knowledge. It is a plant that transforms into something more novel, contorts its limbs and branches into strange writhing patterns. Few men return from the hunts. Bark of devilwood. Discovery is fraught with risks. I sent a bunch of men to look for it, and they keep all dying. He found me a sapling of devil's wood. The tree now sits in my upper study, and indeed at night the sapling turns dark and contorts into mesmerizing patterns. Causes an agitation among the neighboring dogs, but refuses to grow. I need to find corpse feed. Caged creatures of converse. And ancient cultures of the Adriatic. The stones of Mars. Cool. I bet all of these things are things that show up if I look for them. When my cousin Lucas stayed with us, he came to the spare bedroom. There's nothing else in here. I've been practicing reading for spicy romances. I mean, we did play Rogue Trader. Point chest, trousers, unimportant looking papers, and some more masks. Creepy doll. My bedroom. It was strange being back. I felt the same time every time I returned home. I hadn't really been home since I was away 14 years prior. A nice bedroom. Boots, a shirt, and a coat. A bed. What is this room? Oh, that's the little cubby. It's the afternoon. You can't take a nap. shirt? I mean, we have on a leather coat. Would this be more appropriate for now? Tricorn hat. 2 leather coats, some boots. Oh man, those are some big floofy arms. Who came by?
Can I help you, my lord?
Who found my guy? The groundskeeper. Yeah, we know this already. So I just don't know who came into the lobby. All right, well, let's go pop outside and check out where he died. My mother was looking out to sea.
His ship should be back any day now.
Any day.
Any day now. Any day.
No, man, Mama is a mess. My safe word is harder. My safe word is kumquat. Ay, ay, ay. A mess of whiskey bottles lay scattered on the ground next to a battered bush. This is where my father was found. Recall something about my father for skill points. I feel like this is the obvious spot where he would be, but how is it that he got behind my house and died? Like passed out in a bush behind the house. I'm gonna spend 0 skill points and just feel disappointed. I spot a small key half buried in the dirt. Must have fallen from my father's pocket. Surely he would have had some whiskey in the house. All I had seen inside was wine and port. Something didn't add up. I hadn't been home for a long time before this. What I learned on return made me wonder if things had changed a lot in this time, or I'd been too young to form a realistic picture of my family. My mother was very ill. I remember her being absent, not distant. She was a loving mother, just one who was different. Only now I could see she'd been dealing with something significant. Father had been in a precarious place leading up to his death, which raised my suspicions. I resolved to stay in Murns for a time to assist my mother, not wishing to be a further drain on the family. I could go into the city and look for work and seek answers about my father's death. Something is up. It's time to go into the city. I don't have a vessel in my hand to fill with water. What about this bucket? Ah, it needs to be in my hand. Instead of my whipping belt, I filled the bucket with water. Can I then put it back into my inventory? Yes. Can I then go into the kitchen and cook that bucket of water with some apples or something? I don't know. And a ladle and an apple? I don't know, grease? Bowl of grease? No, grease doesn't work. A sort of food? A jar? Apple juice? No? We'll figure this out eventually. Interesting. So all the other people like move around. So I found a key, but it doesn't work for that. Kitty cat. Hi, kitty cat. That's a weird cat noise. Will you be happy if I play the piano, kitty cat? Oh, you don't seem to care. Miss Hockey, live in a baseball town? State with no professional sports. You gotta have at least one sports ball. I'm not even a sports ball fan, but you do gotta have some sports ball. Zetsky, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. From around the corner, a familiar face appeared. Uncover suspicious clues about your father's death.
It is you! Oh, I saw the carriage pull up and hoped.
Mahomie. Diedrich, my childhood friend, his demeanor as cheerful as ever and as oblivious.
I'm Dietrich. your childhood best friend, a humble child of Mars.
He's a worker. He's educated. Very trusting.
It's good to see you. How are you? Well, yes, of course. The funeral. Terrible thing. I was at it. Shame you weren't. You would have liked...
He trailed off as he heard himself rub the back of his head and stared thoughtfully at the ground.
Yes.
I'd hoped to be back in time for it, but it was not to be.
Yes, of course. I didn't mean to suggest you missed it on purpose or anything. Was it the roads? Were they full of dangers? Bandits and fiends and the like?
They were, actually. We met 2 ruffians near Barnes, but they were amateurs.
I understand. Look, meet me for a drink in Garnett's Tavern later.
Yes,
and we'll
please.
have a right proper catch-up.
I look forward to it. Dietrich's trust is increased. Where is Garnett's Tavern?
Yeah, sorry. You won't know it yet. Chelney bought it last year. It's the tavern on the other side of the river. Here, I'll mark it on your map.
Thank you, sir. Do you know where I might find a job?
Try the docks, mate. Some hard physical work would probably suit a military type like you.
Yeah, that's true. I am military and
Or,
docks make sense.
Try over at the academy. There's a school there and I think there are teachers short. Oh, yes. I saw a sign outside Garnett's this morning. Yeah, I'll mark them all on your map.
So many options. Lovely to meet you again. Your friend bowed and turned away. So, we live here. That's kind of convenient, at least. The dockyard is, like, right down here. So why don't we head to the docks first? We got to get ourselves a job. Do a little exploration. Get into the actual adventure of the game. Right to the docks. Find out what's going on down here. Fight! What's going on there, then?
You don't talk about a man's wife like that.
That's true.
I am Darius of Jarvis, a doctor.
Darius, the dock worker?
I said nothing.
Oh, yeah, let's kick the terror out of this guy.
A Venetian, though, only recently living in Mars.
Yeah, we definitely don't trust no Venetians. Curious when the necromancy part begins? Yeah, me too.
Stop this! Stop this right now! I am Gerhard, the Dockmaster.
No, you're the dock master, though.
What are you idiots doing?
He said my wife.
Tell me.
My
Is it crates
wife.
around you? The crates waiting to be loaded onto the boats? Well, do you?
Gerhard, it sounds like you need some more people working for you here, buddy.
It was rhetorical. I don't care where you're fighting. I care while you're fighting on my time.
Can I bet Ramon is sleeping with his wife? Absolutely, you can bet that. Jared, take it easy. Sleep well, my dude. We'll let you know how the necromancy goes. The worker's silent now, no doubt fearing there was another rhetorical question. I suspected it was not.
Gods will thank you for a competent worker.
I'm a competent worker.
Back to work, all of you. Expect today's wages to be short. Cover my loss of earnings from this idiocy.
The foreman left to muted grumblings from the crowd as they returned to work. I wondered if his comment about a competent worker was real or just angry words. This man's handsome face was swollen and bloody. What an unfortunate incident. My name is Turk.
You too. I am Ramon.
He reached out his hand and warmly shook my own. Where do I find the harbor master?
He is in his office, and today I would not disturb him. For our fighting has made lengthy.
Would you bring me to him? I wish to ask him
My
about work on the
friend,
harbor.
I cannot go anywhere right now. Darius split my lip and loosened the tooth.
This guy's...
Barely stand to shouting when my head does not ache.
Oh, I have a headache. I took a punch and that means I can't stand up and do anything. If I bring you some medicine, would you introduce me?
I have few friends right now. So, yes, I would repay your kindness. There is an apothecary near the marketplace, over this side of the river.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm probably talking to the other dock worker, to be honest. Am I a necro dancer? Not quite yet.
Darius says I spoke ill of his wife. He lies.
That man's not even married?
Not even married. He's a Persian, and I am Venetian. He turned on me so the others would break him into their fold. It is a stupid and selfish plan.
Okay. Is there a volume slider for seagulls? A seagull-based volume slider, perhaps?
Excuse me. I am Drago, a docker.
Who's boss around here?
Well, the old man Gerhard Oman runs the place, but I order the lads around day to day.
Okay.
Get out of my way, you fool. This ain't a place for gawkers. I am Rebecca, a dock worker.
Can you direct me to the boss?
You probably want Drago. He's the lead docker.
I just talked to Drago. That's not who I wanted.
Whoa, watch out. Heavy crates being stacked.
Sorry, sir. Could you tell me who the boss
Sure.
is around here?
For day-to-day things, you want Drag. For business inquiries, you want Gerhard Amar.
All right, can I just like bust into this guy's office? No. Harbor Master. Where is the guy that just punched the dude for his wife? That's really who I want to talk to. Cool to experience a necromancy game, not as the necromancer, but as one being necromanced. Locked. So I have to help out this Ramon guy. It looks like. Can I just talk to like anybody on the streets? No.
Out of
here's
my
Darius
way.
then. Who's boss around here?
Drago.
Okay. Trapdoor. Chest. Oh no. Oh, it's so dark in here. I did it. I stole a bunch of port and some swords in the pitch darkness. Where the hell am I, dudes? I'm near the barracks, Gervasi's Keep. The barracks seems like a place I could maybe get work. That's a military quarter. Main city barracks, impressive collection of building, housing soldiers.
Good
Young
day.
guard nodded to me. Okay. The door is bolted.
The barracks are close to civilians. I am Moika, a guardswoman.
Her eyes lingered on me, then she saw me, blushed and turned away. Romance.
Excuse me, my lord.
Military trust increase +4. Ooh. Okay, I want to be friends with the military, I think, here. Who's Gervasi? This guy who runs the keep. My uncle's
You
keep.
there. His lordship isn't seeing guests today. Doors close as he mourns his brother's death. I am Andras, guard at the Baron's gate.
I'm his nephew. If his father, it's my father he grieves. He straightened up
Sorry
and puffed
for
his
your
chest
loss,
out.
my lord. Your father was a great man, and his death was a great loss.
Get a military job instead of the
I'm
docks?
under
Yeah, if I
strict
can,
orders
yeah.
to not let anyone in, but I'll pass word to the Baron. Should he be willing to grant an audience, a messenger will be sent for you.
Tell me about my uncle. Honorable Baron Gervais is a wise, compassionate family man who is fiercely loyal to crown and country, exemplifies the traditional and godly values that make Ruthein strong. Sounds like the opening of a cynical preacher's sermon. What do you do? Protection of the keep? Tell me about the keep. Home of the Baron, defensible heart of the barony in times of war. This word sounded rehearsed. Is the castle hiring anybody? Captain Vernier is away from the city today. When does he intend to reopen the gates? We don't know. Okay. All right, well, we're getting some information. Irving's house. Garnet, Marketplace's Tavern, the Apothecary, the Hospital, the Market, the Cathedral, the Dead Man's Gate. The Apothecary is just back here, it looks like. Practical herbalism and some maps. Cool. I bet you can gather all of this stuff, and knowing all this information is valuable. Stuff about like applying the oil of roots to your blades. Rulstein. Elstrix. So that's where we are. Mern's Elstrix. The Habsburg Monarchy. The Republic of Venice. Oh, okay. So we're like in sort of like southern Austria?
Welcome, dear and kind sir, and 1,000 kindnesses on you for visiting my humble store. Whatever ails you, wounds, illnesses, or maladies of a more private nature, I am here to help.
I got warts. I got warts on my butthole, Bozita. Help me.
I am Bajana, the apothecary.
Sorry, Bajana. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Have you seen Halen the herbalist? He called in for supplies for several days. Try his shop, the main road between the marketplace and the north gate, or his house near the keep. I need supplies for a wounded man. 15 crowns. I'm not paying that much. Convince level 2. Credit you the items. I am good at convincing, so sure. Take these items and have the man send over the money later. I'm the Baron's nephew. You do look like Madame von Elstrick. I'll take your word. Oh, interesting. So I lost trust for doing that, though. Hey, I'm not done talking to you. What manner of things do you sell?
This is an apothecary shop. Whatever malady strikes you, I can whisk up a tonic to soothe your pain.
The ilk? Far be it for me to dictate where you seek counsel, but if the priests can't ease your issue, there are other folk remedies, those with the cure and not witch doctors. I'm trying to understand my father's death. Have you seen anything suspicious? I hardly knew the man. Why would you go around asking strangers such things? Gentry and educated don't like me even more.
I am Bajana, the apothecary.
Have you been tending the maladies here long? Before the hospital arrived, no thanks to the guild. The Golden Ones, the Guild of Merchants. I am not a member of the Guild of Merchants. Who in Mern speaks for them? The Harbor Master is the head of the Merchants Guild. Okay. How would you join the guild? Petition the guild in the capital. I would like to speak for the merchants of Mern, but I do not have the pull required. Must have been hard work setting up shop here. I did it with my own 2 hands. All right, what do you have to shop? Oh, neat. Mushrooms of Rolstein, a book about mushrooms in the region. Pestle and Mortar. Well, cool. So there's some really neat alchemy you can do here. Game wants to play the new guild game. I guess I have a debt to settle. Wow, that sucks. So I took that stuff on loan, and it cost me 4 trust with each of those, and now I only got 2 trust for paying it back.
Whatever malady strikes you, I can whisk up a tonic to soothe your
pain. All right. Thanks, lady. Thanks for screwing up my trust with all the gentry. So we got some medical herbs. We can go back and heal this guy. Xandros Moser. Who's this funny guy here? Hardware vendors? Oh, yeah. Look at this. There's all sorts of vendors. bricks, compasses, scrapers, scythes, and spades. Tinderbox for lighting torches and candles. I need to find someone I can sell all this pork to.
Alright, mate. Spare us a coin, will ya? Zandros Moza. At your service.
Yeah, okay, this guy's got to be our new best friend. I handed him my last coin.
I am so grateful. Thank you, sir.
May you be drunk. May you be drunk and merry. Is this game more like Nintendogs or Dance Dance Revolution? I would say it's got definitely more of a Nintendogs feel to it. We haven't had a chance to like pet many people, but like, you know, we're working on like making sure all the dogs in town like us, so. Getting fleeced in every game, always. All right, here are those medical supplies.
I appreciate your help. Give me time to dress my wounds and then I shall bring you to meet the harbor master.
At least the outsiders trust us now a little bit. The guy who told me to get a job was like, if you get like a physical job would be better for you because you're in the military. He better pay us the 15 crowns. Yeah, he better. Raymond brought me into the harbor master's office. The room was more basic than expected. Behind the old desk, I saw a man on the docks bent over an enormous ledger. Was this the same Oman who was indebted to my father? The man behind the desk didn't rise to meet us. Instead, he continued to flick through his book, making notes as he went. The man wishes to speak to you about work on the docks. What is the young lord's name? As he spoke, the harbor master gestured to Ramon to leave. The Venetian bowed and hurried out. Fake name? No, man, we're riding on our laurels right now. So, I am Turg, son of Zelig and Juliana. He put down his quill and winked at me. Nobleborn, I gather you're due inheritance. What have you for hard work? I spent many years in the army. I'm no stranger to real work. I'm here. I'd rather not get soft on whatever I may or may not inherit. Gentry likes me. He seems to approve. There's work here if you're able for it. Won't pay near what you're used to, though. You might want to think about accepting it. You can find me here when you've made your decision.
Yes?
I need more time. I came to discuss the debt you owed my father, the debt I have inherited. He stopped glaring into his book and stood tall to look at me. I hadn't seen it before as he was stooped all the time I spoke, but now as he stretched out, I could see he was no small man. He was old, yes, but he still had a powerful frame. He might even have worked at the docks himself. I felt uncomfortable. I owed your father nothing, boy. And even if I had, I owe you less. Do you understand? Whatever other business you may have with me is complete. I don't wish to speak with you again.
Yes?
Oh, crud. I guess we're not working in the docks. Hey, Ramon, I want the 15 bucks that cost. No, I guess not. Gentry class suck, yeah. We got fish shop. We have an inn. There's the tavern. We could just work at the tavern. I mean, we're good at muscle, but we're also good at like fast talking people. If you can read this, we want to hire you. Tavern work seemed like a good way to meet people and reintegrate it. Plus, drunken patrons might let something slip. Gernhardt's Tavern. Hospital, a marketplace, an academy, and the Dead Man's Gate. Vegetables, baked food, spices and herbs, food, fruits and vegetables. Where might I sell a sword? Assorted goods. Who are you? You look mysterious.
Your cards. I will not read. I am Sulan, a fortune teller with mystical powers.
Yeah, okay, I want to be friends with you. And why
Your
is that?
Your future is not set, and yet I see that you will seek the wood of the devil.
I do.
Its bark carries occult properties. Through it,
we've read about this in a book.
Men commune with their lord from beyond.
Remember when I found your own Endless Legend and Endless Page? They've been in Steam for a few years. Forgot about them. This happened again. Blood Bowl 2 And Mechanicus are on Steam. You don't remember getting them. Ooh, Mechanicus is very good. And Mechanicus 2 is coming out soon. There's an assorted goods shop here as well. I kind of wonder, can I just sell my stuff to like anybody? This guy's got lockpicks and feathered hats. Oh my god. Like, can I just say, like, sell? Oh, you totally can. Sell off all this port. Sword. I actually already have a sword, so I can sell off both of these. They sell for 7 crowns a pop. Are you excited about that, Mona? 7 crowns for a sword? That feels like a pretty good deal. We can buy lots of booze for 7 crowns. Maybe we should keep a little port on us in case we need it. In case we need to get drunk in an alleyway somewhere. Hey, Momo. How you doing today? I haven't seen you all morning. You want to say hi to chat? Look, they're talking to you. That's you. Those are your emojis. Yeah. Happy. She's awake right now. She's not so sleepy as normal. She's also like, let me down. I care not for being in these arms. Oh no, I was still selling stuff to this guy. Sell him some pants, some shirts, some boots, some gloves. I guess I should keep all these bandages, but I could sell off these daggers. Have another musket we could sell. A makeshift weapon. My whipping belt. I feel like I shouldn't sell my mom's dress or my father's belt. Mana boost when worn or held. A strange trinket. Sell for 3 crowns, worth more if I can find the right buyer. That's my father's wedding ring. I don't want to sell that. That feels kind of rude. So where do I wear this gem? When worn or held. All right, well, we'll just hold on to that then. Another herbalist down here. Look, free lavender. Yoink. Yoink. Turg would rather go the old ways of debt collector, breaking arms and legs. That was kind of that's kind of why I asked for my money, because I was like, can I just bully this guy? Closed for business, recuperating at home. Helen's house is down here. Fast travel. Yeah, we're still getting the feel of the place. I like it. The town feels pretty alive. Can Turg wear the dress? You know what? Worthwhile question to ask. I wore a party dress. So the answer is yes. I can also wear this military medal as a necklace. I've stolen valor right now. Silks and linens.
Welcome, sir. I have fabrics from across the known world. Linens from the Nile.
It seems like there's like a pretty in-depth
Scotland
crafting
and, of
in
course,
this game.
silks from the Orient. If there is anything I can help you with, please let me know.
Let's go find this Halen guy and like beat him up. Some very old professions we can make some money. If we can wear the dress. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? All right, Halen. Knock, knock. Call back tomorrow. Not at all. I have a fever.
I am Halen, a herbalist.
What if I just keep knocking? No. Okay, there's the Academy of the Dead Man's Gate. A cathedral. Impressive garden, probably the best I've seen in the city. I like that he just like notices things when we walk around. Kind of want to go peep this Dead Man's Gate because I feel like maybe that's where I want to be. The South Noble Quarter. Quite the town. Jonas. The guard at the Dead Man's Gate was too busy looking through the gates to see me approach.
Like that. You've added 4 years to me carrying on like that. I am Jonas, guard at the Dead Man's Gate.
You okay?
Yes, I am, yes. I served in the Lich War, and, well, the dead scare me.
Not a lot of people lived in that war.
We all have to take turns on the Dead Man's Gate, sadly. I never relax when stationed here.
Has the herbalist gone out this way? Don't think so. We'd have no reason to. There might be herbs that grow out this way, but I wouldn't risk harvesting them, that's for sure. Is the gate closed?
Of course. It's always closed. Unless, it's open. I mean, sometimes we're ordered to open it, but not right now.
Some help you are. Are there any other graveyards here? The main one is out this gate, the one that with the crypts and infested with ghoulie. There's also a smaller graveyard in the cathedral. That one isn't so scary. No crypts.
Yes, of course.
I see.
It's always closed. Oh, you're leaving. Are you sure you don't want to stick around until my shift is over?
I could if you paid me. We have the academy here if we wanted to be a learned man. Uh-oh, children. A group of children playing outside the school. They looked unkempt.
You looks just like Master Lucas.
Lucas von Elstrix, you mean?
Know the schoolmaster?
Our cousin's the schoolmaster? The child who spoke was older than the others, a girl of perhaps 12. She sat back and watched the others and paid heed when she spoke.
I am Robin, leader of the gang.
It's a gang!
I am Peter. I am Ida. I have no mom and dad.
Oh, wow, okay.
Just got me into the ground is all. Your father, he's the
Please tell me
one
we can
with
have a gang of
knives.
kids stealing stuff. That's what I'm going for. Died a few days ago. The funeral was yesterday, yeah.
Sorry. My father died way back before I was born.
I don't know what to say to that. As I regard the child, I felt something brushing my side. A short-haired boy jumped back, pulling his hand away from my pocket. Clobber him. He'd already dodged back too far and ducked away from me.
I wasn't doing nothing. It wasn't me. I never. I am Nick, a young boy of Mand. Nick? Nick, stop that! I'm sorry. I'll make sure Nick tells Father Huber about this in his confession.
Who are you children?
We're just kids. We're school kids is all. Just waiting on a new teacher for lessons.
We're gonna pick up on something more. The older girl scowled at me and let it slip.
What of it?
Orphans.
We're as good as any kids. You ask Master Lucas.
I can tell from talking to you, bright children, one and all. The kids' trust increased. Yes, let's get a gang of children to do our dirty work. She seemed pleased with herself, and a palpable wave of contentedness washed across the gathered children.
Old one quit. Father haven't run away to do kisses forever.
Yeah, that makes sense. We all want to fall in love to run away and do kisses forever. The crowd started giggling and then making kissing noises. I thought it time to ask about something else. Fetch the schoolmaster for me, won't you?
We'd love to, but we're so hungry. We don't get much to eat. Only what the school can spare and
Yeah. Here,
that
I got some
ain't
food for you.
If we had some food, that'd give us the energy to fetch the schoolmaster. Surely it would.
And she goes to fetch the schoolmaster. There we go, man. We're making friends with the children. Time to go, Anakin? Not until we learn to raise them from the dead and then an army of child skeletons. You know, now you're thinking.
Cousin, I am delighted to see you, though I only wish it were under better circumstances.
Hello, Lucas.
I am your cousin, Lucas Van Elstrick. I am the schoolmaster.
Educated gentry. It was strange to see my cousin after so much time, doubtly to see him working as a schoolmaster. I had gathered from my correspondence while we were away that he had not followed his father into politics or the military.
What can I do for you, dear cousin?
But I'd not expected this. You're the schoolmaster?
Yes. Can you believe it? It was about as far as I could get from father without actually running away.
Why is school, though? Here you're planning to take on a new teacher.
It might not be up your alley, but if you're interested, I would be happy to give you a chance. Think on it, cousin, and come back to me. I could certainly use a trustworthy hand with my work here.
We could teach the children how to be ruffians. Child zombies would be better than skeletons? Yes, you're probably right. What about the father's funeral? A different tone overtook the conversation, not one of sorrow, but also a sadness that seemed deeper than I thought was warranted, if you could believe such a thing.
A truly sad affair. I am so sorry you missed it. I pleaded with father to wait. I knew you would come. But he couldn't be talked with. He was sure the Shroud had ill intentions towards your father. He has feared them gravely since the war. Obsessively so.
Do you have any idea whether a herbalist would have performed the autopsy and not a doctor? There was a military skirmish with nearby bandits recently that went badly. Perhaps the surgeon had their hands tied. I could see father rushing ahead by whatever means to get him cremated. His gates are closed. He won't speak to me either. He's deep in grief. Give him a few days. Grandfather died when your father was but a baby. My father was a teenager, and as I understand it, took a larger role in the rearing of Zelig. I think the nature of your father's death made him feel like he had personally failed him, not seen it coming for him. I'm sure you understand. What did he think the Shroud would do? He's seen his share of what can be done with necromantic magics. Whatever you believe they could actually do, trapping your father's soul or reanimating his body would be a coup for them. That was distasteful for me. All I'm saying is whether his fear was rational or not, I can understand him having it. When's the last time anyone had word of the Shroud? In the taverns late at night, people mention seeing people move through the graveyard nights before, and there's been rumors of bodies going missing from unmanned grims, but the Undertaker and the guards all dispute this claim. Honestly, I'm getting the feeling maybe we should actually just be working at the bar. Do you suspect something? I do, cousin. I won't trouble you with my concerns just yet, but things are not adding up. Gentry and educated trust increase. All right. Bade our cousin farewell. So we have a Nepo job we could get at the school. Last place I want to go is the hospital, and then we can go get drunk at the bar. Put children on chickens and let the madness begin. I mean, if they're big enough chickens, I suppose it could work. It was locked. I'm just like, ah, random door. I better click that, see if there's anything in here. The hospital's just behind the marketplace here. A beggar.
Can you spare a coin for a poor old woman? I am but a poor beggar woman.
Of course I can spare a coin.
Thank you kindly.
I'm gonna give all my money away to the homeless. I noticed a guard stationed there. He held his hand out to stop.
Hospital is closed to visitors. Dr. von Salfelden's orders. Ye can ask, but I don't have an answer for you. I hardly understand anything the man says. Medical reasons. There, that's your answer.
Lousy, rotten hospital. Can I come in this way? No one answered. What about in the fever wing? Nobody answered. What if I sneak around to the back of the hospital? I'll stubbornly try to make my way into places, even when they clearly are not meant to be entered yet. Not that way. Can't jump the fence. If we work at the school, we can probably befriend the kids. This is true. Bet she's a witch and curses you if you say no. Sturdy door, bolted from the inside. All right, one last door to check. Firmly nailed shut. A dog! A blacksmith. The dog looked relaxed. Look at my bag for some food he might like. I had nothing suitable. I pet him. I turn away. Well, we gotta find some dog food. You know what? Before we even go talk to the blacksmith, let's go make. This is honestly the priority right now. I know there's a meat vendor in that market. Dogs love meat. There were cats in some places. Dogs, fruits and vegetables, baked goods, food, spices and herbs, raw meat. How do I buy you? That'll do, pig. Game is biased. Can't pet the cat, but can pet the dog. Well, the cat just hissed at us. We had the option to pet the cat, but it just didn't work. Which, like, that seemed right. I am curious what this, like, Shiba Inu is doing here in 16th century. The dog was asleep. Unbelievable. Blacksmith's Forge. I'd seen the same man at my father's fireplace, General Aldish Schmidt. Make a connection. Looks similar to the blacksmith, perhaps a relation. I don't have Jacob's permission to use the forge. I can't steal anything while he's looking at us.
I am Jakob, the blacksmith of Marnes.
What do you make here?
This is a blacksmith's. What do you think I make? Most weapons, some armor.
Could be all sorts of things,
metal
honestly.
Fittings, buckets, chains, and the likes. That do you?
Thank you. I'd like to order something.
Is that so?
Ooh. Braziers, steel helmets, swords, short swords, hammers, spears, a halberd. Buy a helmet, but like I feel like I'm gonna get one of those somewhere else. Can't talk to him about his dad. Can't do nothing. Well, at least we learned there's a blacksmith up here. An Orthodox church. Just the kind of church that has like mysteries and foul magics within it. Have I been able to necromance anything? No. We've gotten slight hints, rumblings of necromancy, but that's been about it. We know that necromancers exist. There was a lich, but mostly we're just like a fancy noble boy. Dietrich's house. He must be drunk at the bar. All right. Let's go talk to the barkeep and get a job at the bar. A fox? What's a fox doing inside the city? Kosh was cautious but friendly and was hungry. Do I have anything he would like? He'd probably like raw meat. I gave it food. The fox grabbed the meat and scurried off. Friend to foxes. Let it be known. Garnett's Tavern. Hello. It's a nobleman having an affair. Hend, Tomaz, Garnet, a beer. I took that beer. Yeah, I did.
There you are.
No work in the blacksmith? Yeah, I was kind of hoping.
Gone, owner of the marketplace tavern for me sin.
She has trust with everybody. What's good?
You cheeky whelp. Everything is good. I didn't wade through fields of blood and death and human muck to buy this place only to serve swill from me pumps.
I like her. You have pumps for your swill?
Aye, pumps. I've come up with a way. And I won't say too much of using a pump to bring the beer from elsewhere. Let me offer a wider range of stuff. And still, none of it swill. Swill. I should wallop you up front like a babe.
I'd like that. I won't go without a fight.
I'd hope not. You're posh, but there's a fight in you for sure.
Trust increased. I like her already. A drink, please.
Here you go. One of the house ales. That's 1 crown.
I drank the beer. I heard you're hiring.
I am. Clearly, you can read, so you passed me first test. Well, if you're serious
What other tests are there? I'm interested. You would have sworn that the smell of pickles from her breath singed my nose hairs. I got a cart of supplies stuck outside the east gate. Bloody thing must have ran late and crossed the closing time. Think you could get the guards to let it in? Nothing to be lost for me trying. Did you know my father? I knew of him. Did he drink here? No. I'm under no illusion it's up to the station of people like Zelig. He'd come in from time to time and, bless him, remember me from the front lines of those terrible times. Maybe that's what took him here? But was it often? No. Did he get very drunk when he came here? Much as any other man? Usually depends on why they come in here. Did he come alone? Sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he'd play cards, he'd have a party. Sometimes he'd stay. Lots of people come in through here. What did he drink? Wine. She tilted her head to the side and rolled a dismissive wave. Yeah, so he was surrounded by whiskey and bourbon, which is really suspicious. My condolences and all that. It looked to me as though he was being framed by someone who didn't know his drinking habits well enough to imitate them. Nothing else about my father. Do you know Diedrich? Of course I know him, Dove. A pleasant chap. He usually turns up here in the evening. He might be at the academy or running some errand around town for Ibrahim. Do you know Nikos the gardener? Quiet chap, keeps to himself. He's in a small house by the east gate. All right. Aelin the herbalist. Try his shop. I guess she's telling me all this because she trusts me. We have like 20 neutral trust.
Tavern for me.
Might I sell you fine wines? I'm trying to raise funds for my household. No demand for that here. All right.
You're back? This is delightful news.
Sophia is here.
I am Sophia, a childhood friend of yours.
Oh, good to know.
It's been a few years, and you have gotten so handsome.
Sis back nods in approval for helping the fox. It felt like the right thing to do. Her grinning face felt serious.
Your father's passing. Terrible thing, but it won't overshadow my joy at seeing you.
Do you know where I might find work in the city? The docks? What you been up to since I was away?
I never really settled on anything, being honest.
You were going to be an artist?
Yes, I was.
She shrugged and then sighed.
I didn't manage to sell many, I'm afraid. I'm not cut out for it. It's this and that.
What about acting?
I never really settled on anything. All the world's a stage. Well, yes. I fear my stage career started and well, at least my troupe did. I didn't tread the stage in many performances, I'm afraid.
Excuse me. So basically, she's a failed actor or a failed artist.
I spend too much time in garnets these days.
And she just spends all of her time here drunk. I'm investigating my father's death. She barely knows the man. Certainly didn't move in his circles. He never said a single word to me, basically. Great. What about Thomas?
It's not a lie. I have money coming to me. You'd have a good life.
We got lots of lower class fans for our family status. Yeah, I'd rather be friends with the lower class.
I have a good life already, Thomas. I don't need you or this supposed windfall.
I am Thomas, a farm worker.
Oh, obviously we can steal Sophia away from this dweeb.
Can I get you a drink at least?
Sure.
Yes. Of course not.
Oh, okay.
Join
Hand?
me for a drink.
Who are you?
I am Hand, a barfly.
Oh, yeah.
Suit yourself.
What do you mean I can't get drunk with you right now? What kind of video game is this? Okay, so East Gate, I'm also realizing we could hedge to... There was another pub down here. a tavern, an inn, actually. Wilmer's Tavern. These guys would probably buy the wine. Victoria. 2 striking young sailors sat at the table. A man and a woman smell of cheap ale. Their turned heads, whether they're boisterous, good looks, or perhaps both. Their roughness to them.
Tiny barman in Ortona, Vittoria. I am Leonardo, a hard-working and hard-drinking sailor.
Quite distrusting.
No, you too. God, we have the same taste, don't we, Leo? Though he's a barmaid.
Quite distrusting. Well, obviously I like these guys the most because they don't trust me at all.
Adore too.
You didn't. I tried. Damn.
Young man spied me, held up a pair of coins between his
I'm
fingers.
quick about it.
Leo, no. That's clearly no server.
I don't work here, but I could fetch some for you. Headed over to the bar where the barkeep watched me. I laid the coins on the counter. 2 ales for these sailors over there. They'll run right over you if you aren't careful.
I am Weimar of Vienna, owner of the Docks Tavern.
Oh, this is the Docks Tavern. Barkeep handed me 2 ales as soon as I was back at the table with the happy sailors and their undivided attention.
It's off, but it chases away the aches of a long stint at sea.
And it loosens tongues as well as bets, if you get me.
Is that how you got that barmaid?
I'm a sailor. I should get along with these
A
guys.
tale I will be happy to tell.
Find her voice irritating? Yes, I find both their voices irritating, actually. How's the sailing been? Adriatic's a mess. Not as bad as our parents' time during the war, though. People remember, though, there's too many ships looking to steal cargo. What do you do in your time off? Ale, cards, attractive patrons? She means you'd be fun. At least not boring. What was bad about your parents? Our fathers met up as sailors and soldiers during the big fight over Dalmatia. Please don't hold our heritage against us. Leo's father fought with Rudolstein against his own people in the Venetian War. And Veet's father did some work with the Baron some years ago, taught us everything he knew. Wasn't the same after. Vittorio's father? Vito won't tell it, tried for years. Bet if you loosened her lips. I don't like talking about it, it's why Maz left. And Leo, your dad fought against the Venetians. Proud of it too. We made our home in the next province over in Runtashk. You knew with the Fishers. When Venetians tried advancing the border, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Love to tell stories about it. We lost him a couple years ago. A drink for a good man lost. Interesting. All right, well, I have no more questions about sailing. How do you like this place? Weimer's great. Place is full of interesting characters. Loonies grasping at old ideas. Smugglers, fences, and loud sailors. It is interesting. Tell me something of yourselves. Leo and Vit to friends. You can be my friend at any time. We're sailors through and through. I'm Turg Van Elstrig. Lord Van Elstrig is it? How fancy. Slumming with the commoners. Have you ever been curious as to what it's like to land a noble? I bet I could teach him a thing or two. The Lord becomes a servant. Do everything I ask. And what is your command, mistress? This one likes to play. I'll think about it. Trust increased with outsiders. We're your average sailors pent up after a couple months on the route. Vid here is especially desperate because someone got stuck on cleaning duty and smelled the high heavens for the last week. We're sailors. We always stink. You just had to find the first mate all to yourself. All right, tell that tale about the barmaid and we'll go. Ortana, such a wonderful city, so many beautiful people. A full day of work. Vit and I are in a den of pirates washing away their frustrations with the best ale in all of Abruzzo. Ortana is the arse end of ports and the den of pirates. Empty tavern with just us, some local drunkards, and we were the pirates. You should have seen Maria carrying flagons of ale against her bosom all day long. She had the most silken black hair and her eyes sparkled like sapphires. She was beautiful. I think her name was Antonio, though. Not that you ever asked it. Go on. This angel hung on my every word all night, laughed at every story, captivated by me. I simply had to have her. Leo kept feeding her extra coins all night. Of course she was going to do whatever you wanted. You had your coin purse in case you went overboard on the ale. Blah, 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 blah. So what happened with the barmaid? What do you think happened? Or perhaps you'd like a demonstration? That could happen if you play your cards right. I'll take a demonstration right here, right now. The man sputtered and his face turned beet red. We'd get kicked out. +3.
I am Leonardo.
I like that I'm getting really friendly with all the outsiders. Jesse and James kind of situation? I think so. All right, enjoy your ale. Let's see if this guy will buy my port. Your peculiar tavern has peculiar clientele.
So. Not particularly. I have 3 old fellows who come in regularly. I'm sure they'd rather I kept the rest of their business to myself.
A glass of whiskey, please. Interesting. So he sells whiskey here. Might I sell you some fine wines? No? Are you hiring here? No? Diedrich, do you know him? He works over at the library. I think you have the wrong tavern. He never comes in here. All right. I can't get in the back, but I'm obviously very suspicious. Let's just talk to these 3 guys. 3 older gentlemen sharing a table. 2 of their numbers were loose, comfortable clothing whose maintenance left much to be desired.
Indeed
Good afternoon.
It is. But have we made your acquaintance? I am Sherman of Prussia.
Prussians?
I've not seen you here before. Are you just passing through? I am Leopold, formerly of the Prussian army.
Allow us to first introduce ourselves. I am Channing, a native of the barony of Mark. I am Channing, a native of the barony of Mark.
I don't know what I expected.
My colleagues are Leopold and Sherman.
Are we drunk? I think so. Everything is kind of swimming a little bit right now.
Delighted to meet you, sir. And your name is?
I am Misha Horfs of Saxony.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Each of them off their hands in turn, and I shook them all. 2 of these options were unavailable due to failed trust checks with outsiders. Do you know the docks well? We've been here for 9 years, close to 13. Gerhardt's the man to see. The serpent has eyes for nothing but coin. He'd sell his own mother if there was profit in it. Another round, barkeep. Do you know of a nobleman, Zelig? I heard he died recently. A fine soldier and protector of the kingdom, I'm sure. His sarcastic tone betrayed a dislike of my father. Well, I'm glad I gave him a fake name. A hero in the Lich War and a savior of Rolfstein. Channing was less easily read, but still I could detect a glint of anger in his eyes. Some say he died from overindulgence, but others seem less so. What do you think? He got what was coming to him, if you ask me. It's not appropriate to talk so soon after a man's demise. You fellows must know a lot of history. Just because we're old doesn't mean we're relics. But we did see the wars. Something tells me you fellas are up to more than you let on. Channing hushed the other 2 men with a quick wave of his hand. Even as they both started speaking, they groaned and rolled their eyes, but halted the same. Not so much of a deduction. Who doesn't have their secrets? Did you serve in the wars? Not in the usual way. We're Prussian after all. So these guys are obviously cultists. When you see a force like the Magnificent marching through the fields, defying all expectations, it makes you want to lend a hand. Order like that, it makes the Prussian heart proud. And you, Channing? I helped in my own ways, but perhaps we should change the subject. You ever see the Liches work up close? I don't. Of course we did. Amazing stuff, that. Knew this one fellow. What was his name? Stanislav? Stigor? Samuel? Absolute pest when he was alive, but as a raised corpse, admit much more pleasant to be around. I couldn't agree more. The old men's trust increased by +10. They beamed with enthusiasm. You must have more insight into the Lich Wars. This boy should learn some real history. Everyone condemns Aldous, but they forgot who and what won the war with Venice. Dark magic? Aye, his eyes blazed with excitement. Power like that? It shouldn't be thrown away because of a few frayed nerves, +20 trust. Let's go. Let's get drunk with old men who are necromancers, finally. I tried to convince the old men to open up about their secrets. They're trusting now? Convince level 3. Spend 0 skill points to pretend you are similar to them. I'm beginning to think the 4 of us might share some common interests. I'm not sure our activities are not for everyone. That might be, but we'll never succeed in our ambitions if we don't grow the herd. Come a bit closer. We can't shout this to the whole tavern. I leaned in. You've heard of the Shroud, the clandestine revolutionaries fighting to bring back the Lich to restore Aldous to power? You're looking at him. He gestured extravagantly with his arms in a way that perhaps thought to be impressive. Channing rolled his eyes at the companion's lack of discretion. Yeah, it's true. You fine men do still operate in Ruthstein. That's right, and we're merely the vanguard of the group. Sherman and Leopold nodded enthusiastically, clearly delighted with themselves. Trust increased. But now that our careless associates have told us our business, we'll want assurance that you won't run straight to the Baron. Otherwise, there will be considerable repercussions. Can we trust you? Of course, my discretion is yours. Option unavailable due to a failed trust check. Channing motioned to his two friends to calm their excitement. Hush, my friend, these are dangerous times. As I turn away, I could already hear him berating the other two. Well, we got a little bit closer.
I am Leopold, formerly of the Prussian army.
They won't answer any questions. You don't strike us as the confidential sort. We don't trust you enough. I looked at Channing, but he simply stared ahead. Perhaps the four of us got off on the wrong foot. I'd like to apologize for any social blunders on my part. You gentlemen must, after all, be among the most informed on Murnus's present state. We know the city well, and we know it's not always easy for the prodigal son to relearn the norms and niceties here. We accept your apology, tepid as it may be. How does he know I'm the prodigal son? As you gentlemen are experts of the more extravagant elements of our world, I thought I'd delve depths into your knowledge. We're practitioners and vanguards. Yes. Can you communicate with the Lich? Not directly, but Eldest is resourceful. When he vanquished, his souls did not dissolve into the ether. He occupies another realm close to our own. And you communicate with it? There are substances that allow us to see past our plane of existence. By partaking of these, we can glimpse his missives. They're hazy and unclear, but in time we are certain they will bring forth a clear plan of action. Can I attend one of these readings? We can speak with you, but to let us into your inner sanctum, it's too soon for that. Far too soon. When do you think Eldest will return? Not so easy to answer. What is time to a Lich? We should simply sit back and simply wait. We should not simply sit back and wait. The sooner the Lich returns, the sooner we can avail ourselves of our powers. Channing, the old family friend. We, the father and uncle as generals, helped out by the friend. Oh, you're right. He could be.
I am Channing, a native of the Barony of Mark.
He is a local native as well, so you're working to bring him back. Every day we imbibe many other substances that let us see into other realms, but there's disharmony between our worlds and we catch only glimpses. We must imbibe for many hours and often. Why do you still follow, Eldest? Why should we not? Do you believe that a being who once rose from the dead is truly gone? His power is insurmountable and he shares it willing with those who follow. He does not hoard it like our so-called royalty. Any and all are welcome to join his ranks. He makes no distinction between highborn and low, between intelligent and simple, between life and death. That's quite egalitarian. Death is a great equalizer. There was one more question in here I had about communicating with him. What kind of orders have you received so far? Our orders are jumbled, which is why we partake in the ritual, which in turn means most of our organizational efforts are currently focused on obtaining more substances that let us speak. You've been more helpful than you know. All right. Yeah, we are drunk. East Gate. So let's make our way out of town to the East Gate now that we're drunk. We haven't been in the town hall yet either, but and somebody lived up here as well. But I guess we don't know who that is. Nevac or something? A general store. Oh, that could be good to know about.
Welcome. Browse my wares if you see fit. And do not be afraid to ask if
Blah, 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 blah. What kind of things can I buy here?
Gloves and tools, that sort of thing. The store is very much as you'd expect.
And clothes.
We do also get dry
some
ingredients,
weapons.
but they're mostly made to order.
Sell basically anything.
Of course, the best prices you can
Musket
find in
rifle.
all of Mars.
A torch. I'm gonna buy a torch. Somebody else was selling a tinderbox. Oh, you're also selling a tinderbox. All right, let's do that. Place it in the combined slot with a tinderbox. A feathered hat and a coat. Should we buy a fancy feathered hat and a coat, or maybe a simple hat? We have a tricorn right now. I think I'd rather wear this simple hat. A formal shirt. I don't know, we got a vibe going. We're still looking pretty formal, but... what's going on here?
Wheels come off, right at the bloody gates. Now I'm stuck out here minding the damn thing, hoping no bloody wolves or petchers come try and kill me. Trust my bloody luck to land me in this mess. I am Bensei, the cart driver.
All right, Bensei. I let Garnet know her cart is not broken. Or is broken and not
My
late.
lord.
My lord, have you seen the herbalist? I don't know who it is. I'm not acquainted with him, so... can you let the cart through? Look, for beer, I'll open the gate readily, but the damn thing's wheel is broken. Unless you got a crew of people to wheel those barrels to the pub, I'm not opening. Can you open the gate for
I'm
me?
afraid not. The Baron declared the city closed for Lord Zill. We only let you in because, well, it's you.
And the cart driver?
Bloody well made it if you lot hadn't moved things forward.
I'm afraid things got so moved
Bloody
up
well
and...
stuck out here.
How long is the city
Until
morning?
your uncle gives orders otherwise, I cannot hand you,
A good
my
day
lord.
to you. I couldn't see the cart's broken wheel from here. Any geography fixing the
I don't
wheel.
have the goddamn tools to do anything that would last even the journey from here to Garnet's. If the cart were empty, maybe, but what use would that be?
So, I need to find Nikos the ex-gardener. Oh, that's the guy who lives on this street. Find Halen, but he won't let me in until tomorrow. I need to seek work in the city. The tavern, the docks, or the academy. Meet Diedrich for a drink. Tavern keeper wants me to investigate her missing bear cart, which we've also just done. So all we needed to do was investigate, not necessarily get it through. How long is this effect going to last? Probably until we sleep. Until time passes, I suspect.
Ah, there you are.
About your cart. Broken. A wheel snapped as it reached the gate. I told him to get that cart repaired weeks ago. The tight-fisted prick. What should I do? I'm not sure yet. Leave it with me. I can't get people drunk with just my natural charm. I'll spend one skill point here to notice something of note. I'd passed a wheelwright's workshop earlier near my home. I could try there, or I could find some people to help move the barrels. Where would I know strong men and women working at the docks? All right. Do you think the dock workers would work for me? Hey, kitty cat. No, I can't talk to it. Part of me is like, if I hire a bunch of dock workers, they're just going to steal the booze, but these skill checks are going to get costly later. Yeah, you only get like so many a chapter.
Drago and the honor is good hand.
Oh, I probably can't do this unless I'm friendly with the dock master. So you know what? And I also just spend all those points for the wheelwright check, so... I love that the town is getting, like, we're getting more knowledge of where everything is. Are you the wheelwright? Oh no, I went way by. Wheelwright's out there, I think. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Steal or break barrels when moving. Fixing the wheel is probably more expensive, but safer. Exactly, yeah. Small fire required. All right. Wolfgang. Perhaps he was new to the city.
What do you want?
This guy's huge.
I am Wolfgang, the wheelwright.
What do you do here?
I'm a wheelwright. I build wheels and I fix them. Do other carting work too when needed. Not much work for me on the boats, but I make steering wheels. is.
Well, this guy is obviously big enough that he can do the whole barrels and everything himself. I need you to repair the cart stuck at the east gate.
Sounds like a rush job. It will cost 8 crowns.
This was clearly an outrageous sum, but I handed it over anyway. His ugly face broke into a grin, and he gestured to doff his cap to me, though he wore none. I don't mind making friends with a guy that big. Where are we going? That's south. Why does this town not have to be north pointing north? And what is that arrow for? Also, we've never been in the cathedral. So maybe a quick pop in here. Can't talk to the other cats. 0 out of 10. Outrageous. A brazier. Do you want to steal this brazier? No, probably not. Rob the church?
My child, word reached me that you had returned home to
This guy's got
pay
the
your respects for your
creepiest smile.
father.
Look at that face.
Most noble. I am Father Olivier Huber.
The funeral was not meant to happen until after I arrived. What the hell
Your
happened?
uncle requested it be moved forward. He feared the Shroud had intentions of breaking in and taking the body. I had understood that to be the family's wishes. Though now I suspect you had no say in it. I do apologize, my
So
child.
the grim only lasted 5 nights? Cries for a longer grim. So many mourners wanted time to say their piece to his father. Wish him well on his coming journey. The more mourners that attended, the more likely some of the Shroud could access the body. Your uncle was beside himself. He wanted a funeral befitting your father, but also to protect him. In the end, he opted for a shorter private grim. A good compromise. Did my uncle have a reason
My
to fear the
child,
Shroud?
We all have reasons to fear the Shroud. But I cannot say if he received threats or something else to cause such concern.
Did my father
Your
confide in
father
you?
was a man who, well, worshipped the Lord in his own way. He would come to church with your mother when her health allowed it, but he chose to battle any demons he may have had, without the spiritual armor of
So he wasn't a
confession.
holy man. What bar wench is under his robes making him smile like that, right? KCD, yes. Oh man, Kingdom Come Deliverance, the priest in Kingdom Come Deliverance is just one of the best characters. Has my mother been
In
here
truth,
recently?
Her attendance has not been so good of late. Mr. Hoffman had been taking her more than your father these past, say, 6 months. But worry not for her immortal soul. I have called to her often and tended to her spiritual needs. Now that you are home, perhaps you shall accompany her when she's able.
The idea of attending church left me uncomfortable, and I said nothing. He tightened his lips and nodded softly. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Gentry trust decreased -5.
I am Father Olivier Huber.
May I visit the Grim Chamber? I wish to pay tribute to my father, and the crypts are too dangerous. This is the closest I can get to the final resting
It
place.
should be open to you. Just enter the tower and go down.
All right, I'm not going to tell this guy about my suspicions. I am literally drunk in a church right now. Reliquary. The thin bone of St. Mark. Statue. Holy water.
Yes, child. I am Christine Pfeiffer, helping the priests in the cathedral.
Do you know my father? Didn't attend much. I hope you're more devout than he does. I do not have a vessel in my hand to fill with holy water. That kind of seems like the kind of thing that I'm going to want. You know what I mean? A couple jars of holy water, or at least 1 jar of holy water. You know what, man? Let's make 2. There's no way that a bunch of holy water is going to go astray. This must be the tower. So if I go down... Is this the Grim? Is this... This is the Grim. A Grim Chamber. A secure room where the deceased could be laid for a while so their families can say farewell before cremation. The door was made of metal, but a double bolt in the guard post even had arrow slits so those on duty could safely dispatch the body should it rise. Our traditions have changed much in recent years. A book of condolences. So many well wishes and strangers, all of whom got to see my father off when I did not. We got to remember there was a greeting card from a mysterious character just called S. Father Godwin will be proud. Let's see if you can host a sermon like Henry. Surge of narrative-driven, story-focused RPGs ever since the success of Disco Elysium. Yeah. I mean, this one's doing, honestly, this one's doing a pretty good job so far. I'm interested in the storyline of this like quite a bit. It plays really well. This is where my father laid down in the coming days of the funeral. Not a lot in here. More mysteries. All right, well, we got our holy water. We're ready to party. A prominent plinth upon which I understood my father's memorial statue was to sit. So Garnett's Tavern should be, this beer should be showing up.
Ah, there you are.
About your cart. Wheelwright's on his way to the cart. You should have your cargo here soon enough. You did all right for a rich kid. If you want the job, it's yours. I feel like this is the best job for us. Drunken noble necromancer in a church. That's the thing you can't see every day. Job at the docks or as a teacher. Taking this, of course, would conclude my search for work. I feel like we don't have the stats for teacher. God, we really only have the stats for dock work. But he won't give us that job, so... I'll take the job. Please arrive tomorrow for your first shift. Got a job working in the tavern. It is time to meet Diedrich at the bar. Oh, Hend is here. So is Klaus.
Join me for a drink. Suit yourself.
Who's Klaus? Oh, the driver. Janko and Hamtud. Mendaz.
Leave me be. I just want to have a drink in peace. I am Mendoz, a mercenary captain under the employ of the city.
I want to work with a mercenary captain. You're a soldier, yes, a man for hire. I recognize your sigil. We served on the same side during the Mark conflicts. I confess I don't recognize your face, but it's good to meet a fellow soldier. Bring the man a drink and he takes kindly to the gesture. What brings you to Marnes? Same thing that brings a mercenary anywhere. Work. Your baron is paying good money to keep a few companies on retainer. It's boring work sitting about waiting for orders, but it's good money. It's confused me. The city guard was well armed and not short staffed. Why would my uncle be spending money on these mercs only to have them sit around to no obvious end? You deserve your shore leave. Enjoy. More guild than Necromancer tale. As I sat with him, I called to Garnet to bring over drinks. Any luck on the work front? I found something. In this very tavern, if you would believe. I look forward to attempting to blag free drinks from you in the late hours. Tell me about how you landed the job. Blah, 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 blah. Time passed. When your father found out, he chased Flip out of town. Poor chap had to find work over at Mentok and stay the winter. How have you been? What do you... How's your grandmother? Is she well? She's good. She's bedridden most of the time, but she's in good spirits. She'd love to see you. Once I get settled in, I'll go see her. And when he dropped off, there was an almighty crack. We all thought his neck must have been torn clean off. Then another crunch in the crossbeam tore the gallows mane and he fell to the floor. Father Oliver declared it an act of God and your uncle revoked the death sentence, sold him to a privateer in the Queen's employ to work off the debt. They set sail within the week and no one's heard of him since. The gallows just snapped. Termites. Folks reckon the privateer set them on days before he'd get the indentures. Tales have come back to him doing the same thing over in Venice, too. At the thought of Venice, Diedrich spat. I followed the procession to the edge of town, got to the front right by the shield wall, saw them chase the ghoul out and all that. Bribed Mortain with a bottle of schnapps to let me sit on the wall that night and drank the bottle of stuff myself as I watched the gray buggers slink back into the crypts. Was there anything strange? Problems with the Shroud and the like? The Shroud? Of course not. I'm pretty sure by now the Shroud is nothing more than a handful of spooky old men meeting up in another house to wish they were dead. If any exists, at best they'd turn up to Zelig's burial and wish it was theirs. He goes off to pee. I tried to sign up, only your father wouldn't allow it. He said it was because I was 13, but I knew other boys joined the effort. They needed numbers and fast. In truth, I was glad he turned me away. I doubt I would have survived. Barely survived here as it was. Do you think they're in there? A person, their soul. Do you think somewhere deep down they're still inside when the dead rises again? I had an encounter with one. I could have sworn that he recognized me. Gave me the time I needed to run for a guard came and... Ooh, military option. I try not to think about what happens after a person dies. All I know is that it stays within you. Doing it, I wonder. Look, I shouldn't say this, not with what you went through, but I wonder what it's like to end one of those things. He stared at me aghast. I had let the beer edit my words and would regret it in the morning. Thankfully, he composed himself and pushed the words into the past. We spent the next few days bolting over graves and burning what had already come up, but you're lucky they sent you away. Let me get you another drink. Then at about 3 in the morning, the surgeon woke us. Our squad was 6 strong, one of which was on duty with her. The rest of us sleeping to be ready for our own shifts. All blurry eyes, we grabbed our rifles and swords. No time for armor, and we followed the sergeant outside. We didn't have a barracks proper, though we called it that. We had a shack, that was the term at the time. I suppose short-term structures had a long outstayed its intended time frame perched above the worksite. From there, we could see the mouth of the mine, the immediate work area. Worker camps in the mountain paths came from takes of silver, and we could see the glowing light from the mine itself. 3 in the morning, nobody was authorized to be in there. A sergeant waved 4 of us down to go to the mountainside and come back. 2 to take the defensive positions in the main area, and the others come up on the left side, leaving me with her. We crept forward. As we neared, we could hear something. An eerie melody on the wind. I don't know what took her, but for the sergeant decided not to wait for the others to make it up to the far side to support us, she motioned to advance. Somewhat confused, I followed her lead. We crept into the mine's entrance, then 2, 3, 1. We leapt out to ambush the thieves. But it was a dwalkry. A soot sprite? A soot sprite, yes, hard to make out as it was dark, lit by only the dim candle of a hard hat, but a dwokey, I'm sure of it. I was about 3 foot tall, with bristles where we have facial hair, carrying a pick, all surrounded by a cloud of dirt. It looked at us as it slowly continued to pocket what loose bits of silver littered the floor from the day's diggings. And as soon as the support unit made a racket entering the cave, it darted off into the darkness. We looked for it, but it had taken the silver we were to protect, but no sign. Thankfully, it was unaccounted for silver, and the foreman was happy to lose a nominal amount of scrap rather than anger the mountain. And believe me or not, there are no more accidents that season. just telling stories at the bar. I keep forgetting that also there's like the combat mode in this, and I keep thinking all of these things that I hear about we're gonna have to fight at some point. It's been good catching up. Let's do this again soon. It's good to have you home. Instantly sober. It was late. Time to sleep, head home, sleep off those drinks. I sure hope nothing jumps on my back while I'm walking home. Nothing spooky around these parts. It's the wheel, right? Ooh, a graveyard. Totally forgot to come in here, but there's a big open grave. Should we play around in this in the middle of the night? That seems like a good idea. And then we're back home. This is where my father was murdered. But nothing new and suspicious back here. I don't want to like burn off all those skill points. We might need them for something more important. Starting to wonder if we're just a detective discovering Dad's necromancy tale. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. As I approached the door, I could hear raised voices from inside. Poor Juliana, you must take this. The potion helps and you know it. I don't know you. I don't know you. I entered to see my mother in distress. Condolences cards scattered around here. The dying fire glistened off the tears on their faces. She screamed at Albrecht. He was beside her, a worried look on his face, holding a bottle out offered to her. Where's my husband? Zelig. Zelig. Zelig is dead. The funeral was yesterday. Don't you remember? Get out of my house. Stay back for a moment and observe. You're tired, you haven't slept since Zelix passing, you need to sleep to calm your mind. This will help. He offered the bottle again and she pushed it away. Albrecht saw me and with his eyes pleaded for my help. I hesitated and called out, Mother, it's me. Turg, is that you? Yes, when did you get home? Get this man out of our house. This is our steward, Albrecht. He's been with the family since before Father was born. You know him. What he says is true. Father is dead. I returned home for the funeral. We spoke earlier, don't you remember? I did. Maybe, I don't know. You look like this man. Albrecht, you look older. He smiled softly and realized that perhaps this was a dance they'd done many times before. I think the same thing each time I look in the mirror, Juliana. Come drink this. Zelig made it for you, remember? She nodded sheepishly and took the bottle. As soon as she drank it from her, the agitation washed away. Sleep well, Juliana. She passes out almost immediately. At once, Albrecht sets to ensure she was comfortable, placing a pillow behind her head and dropping a blanket beside her. He couldn't have, like, guided her into this nice comfy chair. It's like, no. Let's let her pass out on the floor. This was a tonic. Your father made it for her to take years ago after you went off for schooling. Your mother, bless her soul, was never quite the same after you were born. Your father concocted this to help her and did. She was unable for you, absent often. Well, it's been working less since he died. She's lost more, confused. You noticed? Yeah, I was putting it down to grief. A night's sleep from it clears her mind for days or weeks, sometimes even a month, but lately it barely gets her to sleep. In truth, Zelig only left so much before passing, and I've been rationing it down, watering it down. Tomorrow she will be absent as she was today, wondering why the parlor is unkempt, and tomorrow night another struggle to get her to take the stuff. I wish your father was here. He'd know what to do. Oh man, I could make drugs for Mom. That's no problem. I'm older than him. I helped raise him, for goodness sake, and yet I look for him in wisdom even in death. Well, a larger dose would work, but then I would run out. These nights have been tough on your mother. Is there any way to make more? His body drooped and his guard fell. I could see how old he really was now. It's to my great shame that I never mastered the written word, but maybe if I showed you the recipe, the original with its notes, you could distill a better potion than me. He regained his composure and with a brief window into his reality was shut. Let's get some sleep. I'll meet you in your father's study tomorrow morning and give you what I can. I nodded, unprepared for this entire incident. If my mother wasn't asleep on the floor before me and Albrecht, sleeves rolled up, wasn't tidying the mess around her, I'd have sworn the beer had been bad and caused me to hallucinate. As I left them and prepared for sleep, I could feel the hangover creeping on me already. Off on another adventure. I'm awoken by voices, my mother.
Not long. A few days, a week at most.
That's got to be my dad. Okay, I can wait that long. The other voice replied, but I couldn't hear what they said. What do you need me to do? I could tell from the echoes that the voices came from the hall below me. What is all this stuff on the staircase? This chaos corruption.
I'm afraid that nothing else will suffice.
Chapter 3, the spellbook. Ooh, we have HP now. Oh, we briefly had like, it was like a Diablo style HP ball here. I awoke in a cold sweat, loose memories of a dream. Starting from chapter 3, you can click the time of day icon in the control bar to advance time between morning, afternoon, evening, and night. All right, well, like, let's do some exploration. Bookcase, armor. Albrecht is up here. I have to figure out what he needs for this potion. Albrecht had laid out a breakfast for me in my dad's office. Of course, I guess this is my office now.
Can I help you, my lord?
I had not found it hard to sleep with the image of my mother fresh in my mind. It did not help I could hear her periodically sobbing his name. When I did sleep, it was fitful and full of dreams. I slept well enough. Recipe is found in this book. The worn pages were filled with symbols I did not know and writing I did not recognize the language of. I sensed mystery and evil in these pages. Albrecht turned the pages to one in particular. I could tell he was looking for an image he recognized. This is it, Torpor. When he spoke the title, I realized I could make that out and some of the text following it, despite not recognizing the language nor understanding the rest of the page. Torpor, for resting thine enemies, be he of mortal nature, and unburdening their minds of memories undesirable. Sometimes it does render your mother somewhat forgetful, but remember that this is something she needs to take very odd occasion. If your father was far away and the storms were high when he got delayed on a journey home. With a new batch and one I needn't water down, she will only need a day or two, and this grief she feels, it will be a mercy for her to forget. Take this book and read it over. It took your father some time to get the potion right. I can give you a little help. You need only ask. He made me food, but I didn't get much out of it. Strange tome. A strange leather-bound tome from which my father learned how to make a concoction. It had no name and was written by many hands. A beer. Well, I guess I can't just, like, drink this stuff, eh? Double-click to activate. Whoa. Kind of surprising we haven't had another big fight yet. Yeah. Torpor. Dizzy. Abakar Udishtan. That's lavender. I don't know what that is. Aquafit. This looks like maybe that wood. Maybe that's like the corpse starch. Some sort of ritual here. Skeletons, daggers, candles. Now we're talking. This is a wand? This is a goat sacrifice? Say no. Crush up a skull. And then do some stuff with it. Some other type of berries with some sort of rocks burned in a fire will make a spooky ghost. In this cave, there's a pelt that will let you walk through walls. Some other weird stuff. Voodoo dolls for bringing zombies back to life, it looks like. Leprosy, giant spiders. Hanging people. Take their eyeballs, ears, and teeth, put them in a still, and then press them into a coin? This is a lich. Crown and necklace. A potion, and then a baby. I'm a baby. Oh, I understand. We're the lich. We're the phylactery. The lich is going to return, and he's going to return into us. We are going to become the lich as this game goes on. Oh, this is crazy. Look, the screen is getting, like, the more and more I read, the more crazy the screen is getting with matrix text. What's really funny is I think this is actually the matrix text. Yeah, okay. Some sort of weird interdimensional space. These look like mandrake roots. Legions of the Undead. That's cool.
Can I help you, my lord?
Can you tell me about any of the ingredients or the process? Everything you know should be in that book. What kind of book is this? Some kind of science? Where did my father get it? I don't know. What languages it is? I don't know. What was father looking for in these books? He wanted to know what was out there ever since the war in 1701. I have some questions about the city. What's the deal with the herbalists? Do you know where I might find the Undertaker? Irving. Oh, okay. Nikos. Okay. Household finances. How did things get so bad? Did father not have a military pension and independent investments? I was never privy to your father's finances. I can only surmise he had substantial expenses unknown to me. Surely we could sell off some items. I'm making inquiries. I hope to obtain a proper price for some of the paintings and other items. Thank you, Elbrick. What about my father's wine collection? If you're in dire need, you can make some of your own. I don't want to sell anything right away. Will Mama be okay? All right. Off we go. 3 weeks of streaming on this and we might know what's going on. I'm getting Rogue Trader. We're nearly done vibes. No. Look, we already got the Necromancer spellbook. Obviously, like, you know, it's a story game. We had to get this set up. We had to figure out what's going on in the world. A battered old leather hat? Oh, man, this makes me look like a witch hunter. Put my other hats in here. Mama is like totally spaced out. Text setting lets you use more visual fonts in books. Okay. So I guess today we do have to go to work. Checking out with Garnet. Find Nikos. Find the herbalist. The library at the academy or the library in the cathedral might help us decipher the book. The children. Ah, here's Irving as well, the gravedigger. Gives you Kemmler looks? Yeah, I feel like we've got a good necromancer trip going on.
To the living, I'd find another line of work. I am Irving Volpo, the Undertaker.
I'm Turk Van Elstrig. You cremated my father recently. I wanted to ask you questions.
Interest in answering them. Good. Look, I said good day. Did it all nice and kindly. But if you don't leave me to my work, I'll turn nasty fast. Now get. Go on.
I'm gonna keep talking to him. How's business? I get paid the same wages if I bury one body or 6. Outsider trust decreased.
I am Irving Volpo, the Undertaker.
How'd you end up as Undertaker? Not looking to take over, are you? My father was an Undertaker. Now I'm the Undertaker. Nobody wanted the job. Tell me about your father. His sour face softened for once. What's he to you? Hard worker, good man, hell of a lot better than the buggers running Mearns these days. Whole bloody town's forgotten about him. He was the one good, made sure everyone got a proper send-off. A good man. Do you like living in Mearns? It's full of miserable gits and rich pricks. Ever thought of doing anything else? Cool. I just wanted to chat. Well, we ended up with -1, but I feel like that's not too bad. So, Nikos is up here, and Halen is down here. He said to come back today. This is the herbalist who saw to my father. Nope. Still getting my city sense about me. Wow, I walked right by this place, didn't notice. No answer. All right, well, he must be back at work then. Presumably. Nice town. I love a good river. I grew up on a river. So I just love the sound of it. I want to buy another raw meat. I'm starting to run low on coins. I'm thinking just in case I see that dog again. Obviously not recuperating at home. You didn't open your door. Rat. You mean near a river, unless you're on one of them fancy boathouses kind of streamer? Like a river went through our backyard. The dog is asleep again. All right, well. I'm getting nowhere fast today. Am I going to be a goth witch hunter necromancer? I mean, is there any other kind? I'm not going to use a crossbow. I do want to use a scythe. I feel like the scythe does a ton of damage. The fox was cautious but friendly. I could tell it was hungry too. I gave it some more food. Goodbye, my little fox. Well, at least we're feeding something. Let's go check in with Nikos here. This is up here? Nope, no going through that alleyway. God, this city's a twisting maze.
I am Nikos, your family gardener.
Nice to meet you, Nikos. He dropped his work in a panic when he saw me. Likely he did not expect a noble to walk in.
Yes, my lord. Sorry for the mess. I wasn't expecting guests.
I believe you worked for my family. Did you notice anything strange about my father's final days?
Not that I recall.
I want to talk to you about what you found in the bushes.
What I found in the bushes? Your father and some bottles. I can't really recall much else. Mine's been worrying about how I'll feed my family since Hoffman let me go.
He was clearly looking for a handout, so I took out my coin purse and paid him fairly. I think that's the honorable thing to do here. He examined the coins and provided I seemingly satisfied. He told me what he knew. I swear I found your father as if he'd fallen in whiskey bottles on the ground. It seemed odd to me how tidy it all was. No broken glass, nothing else. Not wishing to paint myself poorly, but I've had my fair share of benders. Never woken up to something as tidy as that. Tidy? He stopped to look at me for a moment, clearly deciding if he should carry on or not. I would have expected some vomit or piss. I mean, he drank himself to death. Way I understand it, people shit. I waved at him to stop. He had a fair point, but I didn't need the picture. Did you notice anything strange? I didn't see him much. He'd come to the garden the odd time, praise me on my work, ask about my family, but not enough that I spotted anything out of place. All right. Well, Nikos. The suspicion continues. And I guess, honestly, we should check out the academy so we can learn about our book before we go to work for the day. 2 types, Witched Goth and Mother Ostanka. One or two good necromancers. Pripyat Drownings, a merchant's accounts of Oz, Roostin the bastard child of the Emperor. A map. Yes, okay, we've seen this map. Esoteric books. Feels like probably what I want to see. Too many books to research. I would die of old age before I found what I needed. Oh, Diedrich. Hello again, dear Diedrich. The head librarian. He's new to me anyway. Old librarian took the relocation expansion as a cue. It was time to retire. I don't know how Ibrahim ended up at this post. I know he's been here during the time as a diplomat. Perhaps he knew your uncle. He retired as a diplomat and moved here with his wife. What else goes on here? The library isn't the whole building. Building acts as the closest thing to a university. Lab spaces that can be awarded with grants and lecture halls. How long have you been working here? The Queen visited in 1726, and we needed a facility to support the nation's drive for enlightenments. She'd been sending orders to barons, and he'd found excuses, which is why she came. She refused to establish a university, only enacted her will in the lightest of ways. We have an academy, a sort of learning facility instead of a full university, and probably the Queen's ire. The uncle didn't want a university here. He's never been a man of progress, academic progress anyway. Blames the events of the Lich War on people's eagerness to dive into the fabrics of God, universe, and pull it apart. The man loves a bit of military hardware, though, each to their own. What of the old library? Madame Kotick stayed there after retiring, converted it to a home. I bet she's got the book I need. She'd give up the freedom of the books, but not the prison that was those 4 walls. Got a tad bit melancholy there. All my business with my father has my head muddled. Collection has grown a lot. Ibrahim was a diplomat, had a lot of connections. Uncle's money, something for everybody, trashy romance novels, yada, yada, yada. Ask you about the city. Do you know where the herbalist lives? You might catch McGarnett's in the evenings. The Undertaker. I'm just trying to get like as many notes on the map as I can. I'm looking for a book on old language. Talk to Ibrahim. All right, get back to work. I gotta get to my job soon. That bar isn't gonna run itself. Battle of the Cross, Battle of the Cross. Ibrahim. A tall, thin man, clearly from the Ottoman Empire. An older gentleman, but his gaze still sharp. I approached him as he watched me as an eagle eyeing prey.
Yes? I am, of course, sorry for your loss. I am Ibrahim Morbid of the Ottoman Empire. But I am sure you did not come here for my condolences, yes?
I came to thank you for the support you've given my friend Dietrich over the years.
Unrequired. He works hard.
You gotta butter people up first.
That. I have use for it. He has earned anything he has received from me.
Did you know my father? Seems to have become interested in research in the later years, and I thought perhaps he'd come here from time to time.
Yes. Largely, I left him to his work.
What was his work? Do you have a record of the books he studied?
We only record books that are borrowed, not those read here. We do not have the information you seek.
I'm looking for a book on languages, rare ones. What is the language? I don't know the name. You have some writing to show me? No. I don't have a sample. A challenge. What language family are you interested in? I confess I'm feeling more foolish at each question. I think what I seek is somewhat esoteric in nature. The books you seek are restricted. I do not know you. These books are not for anyone. Could I perhaps earn your trust? Convince level 4. We're pretty good at convincing people, so this is only 1 skill point. Perhaps we can arrange a trade, military. You seek knowledge. I also seek knowledge. Find me something I don't have or don't know, and perhaps we will work something out. I don't know what the hell he would like, or perhaps I could simply break in after dark. Oh, cool. I like how one of the options is just crime time.
Hello.
He said, to get access to the library, I need to facilitate a trade. What is he interested in? There's a tarot reader. She wouldn't sell him a scroll. If you could get that for him, he'd be happy. She's at the market. Well, that seems like a pretty easy deal. I feel like we got this job and I'm never going to go work it. A permanent looking gallows. Interesting. Lopping off a lot of heads, I suppose. Kind of curious. Can you, like, check in with Garnet, decipher the torpor book? I noticed there's just like a little arrow here on the compass, and I'm kind of wondering what it's meant to be pointing at. Oh, or if it's like, that's the map north. That's map north. Gallows don't lop heads off?
Your cards, I will not read.
I don't know, man. Maybe if it drops fast enough, it could. I didn't come here for a card reading. I'm looking. You seek something I have. You do? I have a scroll the librarian will need, and now you need it too. If he wants it, then yes, I suppose I do too. May I have it? Do you know what it contains? Do you wish to know what the scroll contains? I care more about why you wouldn't sell it to him. Because it's dangerous for him to have. As we talked, I looked inside her tent. We could peek. We're good at investigating. I scanned the tent and saw a lacquered box at the back. I don't know how, but I knew something inside that box is what I sought. Oh, I could just yoink it.
Your cards, I will not read.
I do. I want to know what the scroll says. It's nothing to you or I, harmless scrawl, perhaps that of a madman, but in the librarian's head it can unlock a great danger. I felt like she would part with the scroll. I just need to figure out how to get her to do so. Acuity. Understand her drive. She was a mystic, a believer in tarot and palm readings. To her, the paths are set. I just had to let her know this was predestined. You can entrust the scroll to me. I think you know that to be true. This is the way things are meant to unfold. Perhaps I do wish to be rid of this thing, and somehow I knew you were the one who would take it. I urge you not to pass it to the librarian, but if that too is destined, it's not for me to interfere. Well, now I just have to steal the book. You know? If there's a weird secret... I don't know where that damn herbalist is, but I'm very suspicious of him. The tavern is locked. I guess it's not open at this hour? We did non-crime time to get the scroll, and we were warned not to give it to him, so it's only fair that we now do crime time. I mean, I don't disagree with you. You know I love a good crime time. If there's one thing I love, it's crime time. Ah, there he is. I finally found the herbalist tending to his garden. Some herbs seem to be more decorative than functional. He stood and stiffened.
Cosmetics kid? Well, what do you want from me then?
I want to know about my father's autopsy, obviously. Why did you perform it?
I did it because I was asked to. Simple. I got a letter from the head surgeon. No whys, just a request and a purse of gold.
A piece of work?
We're not all noble-born. Some of us have to take cash when it's offered.
Dude, I am poor as hell. What did you find?
You won't like it, but it was alcohol that done him in. Swollen liver, pale skin, signs of asphyxiation.
That could have been other things. How long had he been dead when you performed
Within
it?
a day of his being found. He'd been in the hospital for a while before they decided they couldn't take him, then a while longer for them to find me. Didn't want the task, but what could I do? Yeah, I had this feeling in my gut that I'd be cross-examined by his kids someday.
Where was it if not performed in the hospital?
Back of my shop. Where else? I wanted to cut into him in the grim chamber, but the breeze wouldn't have it. Thankfully, your father stayed dead.
I stared at him in disbelief.
What? He's dead. It was a fair concern.
That's fair. What training do you have for this?
Not as much as I'm sure you'll have wanted. But I know herbs, which means I know poisons. There were no outer wounds, so they wanted to see if what he's drank had been just alcohol or if there was something else in it. You won't like it, but it was alcohol that done him in.
What
Swollen
state
liver,
was the body in when
pale
you saw
stiff,
it?
Decayed. Liver bloated from too much drink.
He had soiled himself? What kind of question is that? That the memory you want of your old man? Him covered in his shame? I ain't sorry to tell you that he was clean. I mean, we know that that means he didn't drink himself. We learned that from the Undertaker.
Stiff, decayed, liver bloated.
Any other wounds?
You mention it. He did have a massive big spear through him that I forgot to put in my report. Christ.
Oh my God, how could we have overlooked this? Did you know my father?
Are you asking if I know Zelig von Elstrick? One of the most famous sons of old Rolston, never mind the city of Mars?
Yes, that's what I asked.
Ooh, the apple has fallen pretty far from the tree, ain't it? Everyone knew you, dar. People like him never have time for people like me. Move in different worlds, us.
I'm gonna ask about the Shroud. The funeral was rushed in fear of them doing something. It's unclear to me what exactly. I want to know if they're a real threat and to what level. The Shroud is still around. They ain't looking for a glory run just to get snuffed out doing it. Any threat from them would surely be hidden. Anyway, didn't your lot round and rope him up a few years back? He grinned, a mouthful of yellow teeth, saying you might have missed some. This son of a gun. Lucas.
So, what can I do for you, dear
What are you
cousin?
doing here? I'm not sure. The large spear, now I remember. So, it's morning. The bar is still closed. Do you think these, like, old men are still in the tavern? No, that tavern is also closed. Well, I guess we just wait until the afternoon. Now maybe the pub is open. Interesting. So I guess like depending on where you work, you also work at like different times of the day.
How can I help you, boy? I am Gustav putting shots. A businessman.
This is the kind of business I want to do. These are the eyes of the man who's used to applying violence to get what he wanted. A man who shouldn't trust easily and in turn shouldn't be trusted. The sort of man whose business no proper nobleman should be interested in. You seem like the sort of man who can help a man like me acquire certain things for the right price. I don't know you, I don't trust you, I guarantee the price will be whatever you can't afford. The man seemed to get a thought just then and took a moment to chew on it like a piece of grisly meat. On second thought, tell you what, do me a favor and maybe we'll talk. I don't work for free. Me neither, unless you want something from that then. Oh, look at that, that's exactly what you want. Happens a friend of mine is late. I'm stuck here waiting for her and can't get picking up a package. Head to the general store, pick it up, and come back. I'll do that, sure. I want to ask these old men. Oh, I guess I've already asked them. You believe he's going to grant his power when he comes back? What's the other option here? Unfollow this. But he brings only death. All right. I was actually going to show them the book. I was willing to go full in with those old men. No question about it. Oh yeah, we also haven't entered the town hall. Thankfully it's locked and we don't have to go in there. A businessman. I love a good businessman. What I've learned so far about this town is all the nobles suck and all the criminals are necromancers. So like, obviously I want to work with them. Here to pick up Gustav's package. I can see a hint of what looked like clothes and traveling supplies. I'm owed $10. I questioned the bill. I assumed Gustav already paid. Took me a few days to get everything we needed. He agreed he would pay when he picked it up. He had not mentioned someone else would be fetching it, let alone a nobleman. She seems to be ready to speak more, but bit back and averted her eyes. I pressed her on the subject. I would know your mind, Basina. You seem concerned by something. It seems odd. Why would Gustav ask someone such as yourself to perform a simple errand, especially when he knew the bill was unpaid? It might have been an oversight, but I fear it wasn't. Well, Gustav said he would pay the bill. Spend 0 skill points to spin a tale about Gustav leaving town. Or that Gustav would pay later with interest. I think this is the actual challenge here. Gustav has to leave town quickly. I'm sure you understand the nature of his business. He promised to pay on his return. Well, I suppose there's nothing for it. I'd rather he have what he needs. Thank you for helping the poor man. I thanked Fasina as she handed over the supplies and looked forward to fleecing Gustav for the coin. After all, why not get a little extra out of this? That's a good way to do crime. Keep forgetting about the old hag lady at the start. Trust no one. Nothing is as it appears. This is true. This is very true. A lot of drunks around town. I love that everyone is just like going about their business. I have it. Basina's not been paid for these supplies, so I had to cover the cost. You can have them after you reimburse me. No, there was steel in his eyes as he stared me down, challenging me to react. Yeah, confront them. I suspect you consider yourself a very clever man, don't you, Gustav? What do you mean, boy? Sending me off on your little errand so that you might dip your fingers into my purse without even having to dirty your hands? Leaning back in his seat, a broad, smug grin on his lip, the bristle-bearded bastard stared at me down his thick nose. What do you mean to do about it, then? I could just clock him. I mean, we're a gonk. Let's gonk him. I swing my fist at him. Land a solid blow. My swing didn't need to be fast or accurate, it just needed to strike the seated man hard enough to show him I was not someone to trifle with. I caught him with a forceful hit to the jaw, sending him sprawling across the table. Ready with another strike, I paused when he waved me off and began to laugh. Well now, boy. He paused to spit out a broken piece of tooth and a good-sized gob of crimson spittle. I'll take that tooth, thank you. We'll use that in some sort of magic. Before sitting himself back up to look at me with a bloody grin. Seems I misread you. Consider me re-educated. Here's payment for your package and my thanks. Now get on your way. Trust increased.
How can I help you, boy?
Who are you?
Stop putting shots.
I'm Turd.
To have made your noble acquaintance, I'm sure.
What brings you to
I'm a
Murns?
trader and an acquirer of rare goods.
What kind of rare goods?
The swords, that's none of your business.
He was a smuggler then, or something similar. All right, I got no more to ask. So we could sell him stuff from our house, but honestly, I don't really need the cash right now. So we already robbed like a crate full of wine earlier and just sold that for a bunch of money. Why the hell is this tavern always locked? Does nobody work in this place? The other tavern's open. Who sold lockpicks? Hardware? If I'm going to break into a place, I'm going to need that. There's all this stuff that I'm like, oh, I'm sure this is all needed for various things. Dishes, bowls, cooking pots. General store, Nikos. So, I mean, we've talked with everybody in town. I think let's just break into the library and steal this book. I'm kind of hoping by stealing the book, I can just, like, decipher the scroll for myself. Ah, the children are out. How can I enter the academy from the back? South Noble Quarter, okay. Probably that door. Or that door? Or that door? Probably that door. All right, I'm just gonna pass time again. It is now evening. Tomas and Bessina are in here. Where is the, like, secret section? You know? Can I just do this in the middle of the day as long as nobody's paying attention? This appears to be a storeroom. Various curios lay about, many caked in layers of dust. Ooh, a mortar and pestle. Hey, you know what? Take everything. No reason not to. Practical herbalism. Deadly nightshade. To craft a flying ointment, grind the fruits of a mortar and pestle along with wolfsbane and mandrake root and mix with rainwater. Apply to bear skin to open the mind and aid in flying astride a besom. Heart and sap of the acacia tree found in Africa, an emulsion of gum arabic, chamomile, and blackberry leaf is useful for treating watery bowels. Burn on hot coals to cleanse a space and induce psychic visions. Lavender. Add to any ritual potion or poultice to promote inner peace and simulate meditation. Mandrake. Boil in cow's milk and fill a poultice to soothe skin ulcers. We saw that in the book. Burn over hot coals to strengthen clairvoyance. Mugwort. Brew leaves and flowers in tea to ease digestive issues. Simulates lucid dreaming and prophetic visions, aids in astral projection, protects against evil and wards off danger. Apply oil of mugwort to magical tools to consecrate and cleanse them of unwanted influence. So if we have like cursed items. The seeds of a striken tree, once dried and ground to a powder, are a deadly poison. Toxic when ingested, inhaled, or absorbed through the skin. In the case of accidental striking poisoning, administer several spoonfuls of powdered charcoal and monitor for worsening symptoms, which include tremors, spasms, and asphyxiation. Interesting. Wolfsbane must be entirely cooked. A potent poison with no antidote. The oil of the root applied to a blade can kill a werewolf. Dude, I want to take this whole book. This seems extremely useful. Are we necromancies now? Yeah, we're starting to do our first necromancies. We have our necromancer tome, and we're trying to learn a bit about it. Germanic, Slavic, and Latin, but nothing of arcane languages in the schoolroom. This is just the map again. I'm clicking for sure. Yes, thank you. Like, obviously, we get to the point that we can, like, leave town and stuff as well. What's upstairs? More schoolrooms. A book about an unfortunate lady. Blah, 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 blah. Hamlet? A rare book, Hamlet first edition. Yeah, I'll steal that. Have to find the right person to sell it to if I wanted the value. I mean, I love that I'm just a criminal as well. I hope no guards ever find me. Not reading is going to do me in a game like this, quite possibly. So, where is the restricted section? Dude, where is the restricted section? It is evening, so at least we can, I suppose, check by the bar again. It's got to be open by this hour. Right? I say that and I am not convinced it is going to be open. This is the East Gate. I'm totally turned around. There's something I love about when you play an RPG and it's got a big town and at first you're like totally lost and then like slowly you really start to understand all the different like landmarks and stuff. Right there next to that thing, you know, the one that's beside it. Door opens behind me and a rough looking man at a nearby table shouted in anger.
My wife. How could you do this to me?
Yanko.
I am Yanko, a musketeer in the Ottoman-Persian War.
Clearly drunk, he staggers to his fate and pulls a concealed blade from his dirty tunic.
I am Marianna Ricci, a renowned actor of the stage.
Oh, yeah. Let's watch this guy get stabbed. The intruder, a foppish man, perhaps an actor or playwright.
I am Hamid, purveyor of silks and linens.
Oh.
Don't harm me, oh brother, for I love you dearly.
Do something, Turg. Gentlemen, I'm sure as brothers you can talk to this without resorting to weapons.
You stay out of this. This man is no longer my brother.
Please, sir, do not act in haste. One moment's work of the blade may not be undone. Appeal to their mutual love of Hamid. Think of the lady, then. If you both love her, you must consider your feelings. Janko stood for a moment, then sheathed his knife. His head dropped in shame.
I have not always been a good husband, but... Oh, Hamid. I always loved you.
Someone had made booze out of his wife and wonders why he can't find her.
Come, my brother. Sit with us and we will discuss the matter.
Yeah, definitely sit on the other side of the table, though. You calm down things there real good, Dove. +3. Work. Once per chapter, you should ask Garnet what work she needs. Afterwards, get money.
Ah, there you are.
Ready for my shift? Anything I can help with? Ale barrels could use scrubbing. Don't want the rats getting familiar. Scrub, 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 scrub. Barrels were covered with muck. Only some of them seemed to be from the ale. I did not endeavor to discover the source of the grime. I merely scrubbed. Scrub, 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 scrub. Scrub, 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 scrub. I already cleaned this barrel. Scrub it, dub it, dub, dub. Last barrel and probably the worst. I continued for several hours at my regular duty in the tavern.
Ah, there you are.
What work needs done today? You've already done your work. You can only work once. Well, I'd like to collect my pay. A fistful of coins. How many coins are we talking here? Hard to see how many coins you have. 24. So I think I got paid 10 coins. My friend, the guardian angel. Are things still troublesome at the docks? Working at the docks are not entirely happy with their lot in life. They feel powerless. They need a scapegoat. I don't know why it's me. I have it bad. Worse because at least they are jovial with one another. How's your face? Better, thanks to you. You must let me buy you a drink. Yeah, okay. This does not repay your kindness, but it is a start of sorts. Please sit with me a moment. Why do you sit alone? I am not a local and have only recently arrived. I don't have many friends. Certainly a handsome man as you is banging lots of ladies. Alas, my love Gianna waits for me at home. I've not seen her these past 3 months. Why'd you leave Venice then? I had to leave in a hurry. Do not pry. Tell me about Venice. It's a good one. My countrymen fight too many wars and we always lose. Let me get you another beer. Company was good and the beer went down easily. All right. I'm sure you'll make friends soon enough. Enjoy your drinks. I'm sure I could have gotten him like pissed drunk and pried more. Man was trying to convince his wife about a crazy money-making scheme involving steam-powered engines. All right, and we got a bunch of rooms back here. Good to know. Got to figure out where we work, you know, get the vibe. What is this, rom-com? I know necromancers have a boner fetish, but come on. Jorg von Necromancers working at the tavern, how the mighty had fallen.
I just want to have a drink in peace.
No, I've already talked to this guy. Let's go rob the academy. Crime time, crime time, time for a crime. Now I want to learn more about our necromancy. How the hell do I get in here? Pretty sure drunk man that was cheated by his wife wouldn't just say, let's talk it out. I just had to use 3 points to unlock this. And I still don't know where the secret books are. All I needed was something that matched the symbols in my tome. I searched all over the accursed library, but couldn't find a single line in the language that I needed. As I heard the first crow of the rooster, I knew my time was up. Well, obviously I have to do this. Spend 1 skill point to spot the book you seek. I quickly gave the place one last scan and was willing to give up when glinting something caught my eye. I ran to it and checked. A book with the gold leaf pages had caught the morning's first rays. Nestled in among a handful of rarer-looking books, I skimmed them quickly, aware of the time. I was about to give up and I saw it, a book with the same script, an old relic from the Zoroastrian faith. The script was called Zend, and it was going to help me cure my mother. I stuffed it into my satchel and ran to the door, sneaking out into the street before the librarian arrived for the day. I found a cipher for my father's tome. It was probably best to do this work somewhere safe, perhaps my father's study. You kids didn't see nothing, okay? You keep your mouth shut. The agility of a bull in a china shop, that is true. I would have been better off, honestly, just kicking open the door to the library, but... we don't always have a good idea. I like how my guy is like, I'm gonna get drunk and then like break into the library after a long work at the tavern. Kind of wish we just worked in the docks, but I like that we're gonna learn secrets, and I do love a crime time. You know me, I love a good crime time. Where's my study? Bulls are surprisingly gentle in china shops. Decipher torpor when in your father's office. Drag decipher and spellbook in the combined slots. Yes, the spellbook is in my hands. Yes. In here? Yes. I had the books needed to make sense of the strange old tome Albert had given me. I got to work immediately. Who's going to arrest a man for wanting to read? I don't know, the church, probably? Seems like church things. Boy, am I gonna work all day and miss my job? Decipher the first ritual. As I studied the book, it became clear to me it was written in many inks in many languages on papers of various ages. The majority of the recipe and a few other scattering books was written in Zen, the language I was now equipped to slowly translate. But I wanted to understand anything else from this book. I would need to source further ciphers. Carry on with the task at hand. I bet you, with that rare Hamlet book, I could probably trade that to a book person and get another cipher. Some weird parallax effect happening with those sausages. That was also the entire day I missed my work. I guess we're not working that job anymore. I translated everything from Zen. The recipe did not seem overly complex, though I would need to find out more about Nightshade. The first page, it was a ritual described as a seance, also partially in Zen. I would need to work to understand more of it in full detail, though. So... yeah, look at this. To effect the spell, intone the unholy words while throwing nightshade grease at the target's face. The concoction may be mixed into their drink or food, decant into a jar to form a potion. Place a pot of grease on the stove and add nightshade flowers, then gently stir occasionally. After an hour, pour into a linen bag and squeeze the grease through. The deadly nightshade, found in wooded areas near places of death, is named for its waxy purple flowers which only bloom at night. It should be carefully handled and prepared, for it's poisonous to touch and inhale. During preparation of the salve, bind your face, mouth, and nose tightly with a lavender-scented cloth to counteract the effects of the nightshade's fumes. Some of this was a seance I also translated. Seance. This ritual brings a dead spirit forward to converse through a witness through the body of a sorcerer. The ritual must be undertaken on the final resting place of the deceased. We know where that is. I need whatever this is, and I need to translate that, and whatever this is, and translate this. But this would let me raise my father and learn about probably what happened to him. And then the rest of this is gibberish. So if I combine a cloth with lavender, I now have a lavender mask. Okay. Now we just got to find some nightshade. We're learning. We're beginning to learn. It is morning. So I gotta find nightshade. I don't have a book up here. Conquest of Liches, safe procurement of devil woods. This stuff we need. A large and gnarled oak. No, I'm not going to worry about that yet. Sneaky and scenty. That sounds
Can I
weird.
help you, my lord?
The church graveyard at night, maybe? Ah, here we go. Main ingredient is a plant called nightshade. Do you know where we can find it? You could ask the gardener or the apothecary. All right. The gardener liked us, Nikos. I mean, it said like in a wooded area at night where dead live, which obviously sounds like this right here. I feel like that's probably... Doesn't really look like nightshade, but... Can I ask Irving?
What?
I like the idea of just popping by and being like, good morning, Undertaker. Like, I know you hate me, but I'm still going to come by and say good morning to you every day. I feel like I could also probably just buy nightshade at the market. But that might raise some eyebrows. You know what I mean? Because I'm pretty sure it's also a poison. Nikos, it's me, your cousin. Do you want to go bowling? I'm looking for nightshade. I don't know a garden plant by that name. Show him the picture. God damn it. Look at this picture, you simpleton. Do you know this plant? He whimpers softly as he studies the page and then stands back, rubbing his eyes. Yes, I've seen something like this beyond the Dead Man's Gate. Past the chapel, you'll find a rocky canyon and a ruined church. I've seen the plant growing there. Now leave me be. So the workers now hate me. Great. That was Rico, not Nico. You know, it gets a little confusing. What's up here? Oh, neat. I feel like that hill doesn't need to be there, but they put it in. I wonder how accurate this town is to, like, the actual towns.
Ah, don't sneak up yet.
Gate closed?
Of course. It's
Can you open it?
The gate. No, I can't do that. It's locked.
Perhaps I
Don't
could
you know
scare him
what's
with the
out there?
book. I'd have to assure him I was going to be safe out there. I leveraged my military position. I want to visit my father's crypt. I know the dangers, but I'm a military man. Whatever's out there, I can take care of it. I'm closing it after you. I'm not locking you out, but you can come back, but the gate will be closed until then. I could see the chapel ahead, a place where the recently deceased deposed before cremation. Facing the chapel was the city's main cemetery, safe enough to visit here by day. It was patrolled by ghoulie at night, and they came skulking out of the crypts and nearby caves to prey on the unwary. I never traveled much further from Marnes in this direction. I know the South Forest was quite sparse, and the landscape soon broke up into a series of gullies and canyons. As a child, I was mortally afraid of this creepy old statue, but one day my friend Slip and Sophia decorated it with garlands of spring flowers, and suddenly it lost its menace. Dead Man's Chapel. Ooh, can I equip a sword out here? I can. Bunny rabbit. I mean, first things first, let's enter this chapel. Nothing really going on in here. It is Nico in GTA 4. That's what I thought. Firewood? Took some wood from the pile. The Southern Forest. Is this Nightshade? No, maybe not. Unsafe to venture alone. Purple Bloom. I was in the wrong place. My research indicated I should seek the deadly petals in the small rocky canyon to the south of the red bricked chapel, which I passed on the way to the cemetery. Not expect to find the right plant until nighttime, as apparently nightshades only bloom at night. As I descended the stairs, a rank smell drifted up to greet me. I imagined I heard faint shuffling noises echoing from the depths. Don't I also have a scythe? What's better, the scythe or the sword? Base damage 30, 2 AP. Base damage 35, 3 AP. Better at cutting through metal, though. Can I put anything in my side hand? I can light this torch with a tinderbox. Oh yeah, look at us. Skeleton. A human skeleton. Bones. I took bones. Zelig's urn. The bars of my father's alcove have been torn apart. The urn lay on its side, its ashes spilled. A hand axe. And another torch. Oh yeah, the reinforced doors to the lower catacombs were smashed and hung limply on a hinge. I could not contemplate going past this without good reason. Oh, boo. Boo, you coward. Boo, I say to you. Yes, yes, advance time. It's down here. Fire root. Pick some fire root. An old chapel. Thankfully, I'm strong as hell, so we can just smash this open. What is this red? Is this combat mode? Oh, it is! Ghouls! Finally. Finally, some combat. Spooky, scary skeletons.
Hey, did you know you can advance time?
I can advance time? I didn't know. I have 5 action points. If I move all the way up there, it's gonna be right on top of me. These guys take 2. I'm just gonna move here, and then I'm gonna end my turn. He has to move 4 and then can't attack. I was wrong. I'm stunned. Can I attack? No, because I'm stunned. Oh, no, I can attack. Go! Go! Move 1. Oh, and now I can't attack. Ow. I'm going to take a lot of hits here, probably. Oof. Oof. Get ghouled. You're stunned. These guys have leather armor, so it actually would be better off using probably the scythe. Maybe? We did get that sick axe just recently, too. 35. 30, but only costs 2. Slightly better at going through leather. Cool. A necklace. A blue stone necklace. This must be how the ghouls came in. Now, I have a blue stone ring. A small stack of books caught my eye. Curious leather-bound jacket of one in particular calls out to me. Its worn patina suggests age and wisdom. Closer inspection, this appears to be an affectation. The leather was not worn with age, but dyed, and the burn marks on the edges seem far too regular for genuine fire. The book's contents were a collection of folktales, remedies, and incantations. It was more socially palatable and immediately legible version of my own dark tome, though it seemed to amuse rather than inform. As I leafed through the pages, a single scrap of paper slipped out. Obviously, I investigate. I read the page from which it emerged, described a ritual for summoning a wraith, though to call it a ritual was generous. According to the text, one needed only to seek the place where the deceased's line had ended, call their names on a night thick with fog. The note held only a name and location, Clarence Pugh, the Pugh family mausoleum. So I can do a seance here, probably as well. Fire root, blue stone necklace. Yeah, so I have a blue stone ring. I wonder what that does for me, if anything. Probably not, but probably something I can do later. Oh, seances from the living is a cipher. Burn the Arabic leaves and blow the smoke gently towards those who have been troubling you. At first they may turn from the smoke, but lure them into whispering a verse of their favorite writer or poet. Once they connect with our world, welcome them into your mind and ask them if they are present. You must remember to brandish the item described in the prior chapter and hold the spirit to its power. The last page had an odd table of symbols matched with words in my own language. Ruthless sign, a cipher of some sort. Can I combine you with the strange tome? Yes! We just learned the entirety of the seance. Oh, that's awesome. Seance. Wood fire should be lit upon the spot, and Senegalia Senegal burned on flames. A personal burial item should be held aloft. A circle of candles should be placed without. Together, the witness and the sorcerer must join hands and speak these words. Our beloved name of spirit, we bring you gifts from life into death. Commune with us, name of spirit, and move along us. When finished, the witness should tell the spirit to go in peace, break the circle of hands, and extinguish the candle. Senegalia, Senegal. All right, dudes. We're like... Now we're starting to do some necromancy. We're learning. I like how it starts small and is clearly going to get, like, outrageous later on. Like, it seems like by the end of it, you're turning into a lich with a huge army and then, like, raising them into some sort of, like, astral prison or something. This is the small rocky canyon. Come back at night, it says. Purple blooms, purple blooms. Obviously, this place is going to be full of ghouls at night. So I just like to explore as much as I can. The South Tower was damaged before the Venetian War. Internal stairwell smashed and blocked with debris. Investigate. You have 0 skill points, which is too few to spend on this. Despite the rotten nature, the floorboards were quite solid on this level of the tower. Yeah, we're not very good at investigating things, so this is not really our forte. But I guess we did get to smash into that place. Funny that the map changes so dramatically. What is up this way? Southeastern Forest. Hello, houses. Can't go through here, I guess. It's a shame that a path... You would think a path would lead you somewhere. A goat! The slums. I have a recipe for a goat sacrifice. So the slums are just outside of that gate. Interesting. What time is it now? It's morning right now. City's old lime kiln had been repurposed to suit our new funerary practice. Now it was used for cremations. Okay, well, I guess that's it until nighttime. Let's put our sword away so we don't get in trouble. And I don't know, I guess this torch as well. Thanks, Jonas.
Don't sneak up on me. Oh, you're leaving. Are you sure you don't want to stick around until my shift is over?
Come back at night. Infuse a cloth with lavender and wear it to protect myself when boiling the flowers. Okay, so let's just do... You know what? I'm going to start doing the fast travel options. It's morning. Afternoon. Let's go evening into Garnet's Tavern.
Ah, there you are.
I don't have a job? Oh, you can only work once per chapter. So never mind. Dead Man's Gate. It's now nighttime. Put the sword on. And the rocky crevice was up here to the left. Spooky, spooky. Nightshade. I found my flower. I thought this place was full of ghouls at night. Uh-oh. I heard an eerie shriek from the steps of the cemetery. I could see something moving in the shadows. I would have to fight or try to run back to the Dead Man's Gate. Bugger. Well, it's just a ghoul. That ain't no big. Okay, these guys have 10 movement points during the night. And having something called frenzy. I missed my first hit, but I critically hit on the second round. Of course, 2 AP curses. Ow. Not too bad. It does seem like we healed as well. I don't know if we heal between like every fight or... So far, at least the combat is like pretty straightforward. All right, well, back to town. Let's go home. There's a bunch of guards patrolling around that I guess I just missed. Thank God. So we, I guess, need to go to the kitchen to do this. A bit of potion making. All right, let's make sure that we know the deal. The recipe involves boiling nightshade flowers in grease. I must also infuse the cloth with lavender and wear it to protect myself when boiling the flowers. So, there's our lavender mask. I already actually have a pot of grease ready to go. We have a ladle. And then we put nightshade just directly into it. The stove emits evil-smelling fumes. Evil. Boiling nightshade in grease. Wow. Nightshade grease. And then I put this in a jar. Can be used as a weapon in combat with a weak torpor effect. Oh yeah, we can also make that wood stuff. Wood and water. Torpor. Concoction might be mixed into your target's drink or in their food. Decant into a jar to form a potion. Stir occasionally. After an hour, pour into a linen bag and squeeze the grease through. This is for a nightshade salve. Which I guess is what we're doing here, though. So a linen bag and the nightshade grease. We'll make nightshade salve, which we can then pour into a jar. I decanted the salve into a jar. I had the potion. I should bring it to Albrecht in the morning. Wearing a mask is suspicious. Yes, I suppose that is true. Excellent. I mean, I could maybe do something else with that sword, or with that, the other nightshade, but at the same time, we could just nap. Now talk to Albrecht. Well, he's probably asleep in his bedroom that I don't have access to, so let's just go to our bedroom and take nappy snooze times. Because I certainly don't see him around here anywhere, and it's the middle of the night. Our bedroom is down here. Yeah. Where's my butler homie? Not in my office. Not in the bedrooms. Here he is.
Can I help you, my lord?
Do you ever hear the family named Pugh? I found mention of them in an old note. Albrecht shifted uneasily before answering me. The Pugh family were once wealthy. I believe they were the prior owners of this house. The last of their line, Clarence, lost his mind and murdered his family before turning the blade on himself. Their mausoleum is not in the cemetery, but in the northeast forest near to the city wall. Side quest. Seance side quest. I made the torpor and decanted it. We should give it to Mother and let her rest. With all due respect, Turg, we should test it first. This is your first time making it. We don't know if it's safe. How do we test it? Go out and find a person to try it on? There is the fox. The fox likes everything we give it. We could pour it on food and give it to the fox. That sounds, it's not ideal or morally flawless, but the potion should be reasonably harmless. If anyone spots you, you'd have a great deal to explain.
Can I help you, my lord?
Well, maybe, like... Should we try it on a person? I work at the bar, right? This should be actually pretty easy. Unsuspecting town person, an animal, or even myself. Drugs mortal targets. Go to the market and buy a piece of meat. Is this going to use the entire torpor though? I soaked some of the potion into the meat. Meat spiked with torpor. There you are, little guy. So if anybody sees me, it said I was going to be in trouble. So I'm going to just save. The fox is friendly, but also hungry. I threw the spiked food to it to see if the torpor would work. It worked. I felt confident as I increased the dosage it would work as well on my mother. I needed to return home to tell Albrecht for my success. Oh, it's a sweepy little fox. Oh, look at the guy. No problem. The fox took a nap, but also he got to eat. So as I approached, Albert staggered to his feet. Are you okay? What's happened? I've been outside assisting your mother in the garden. I came in to get her a glass of water, saw some figures searching the place. I heard movement behind me and a sudden pain and then darkness. The place has been ransacked. Ay, ay, ay. It's okay. I have the potion for mother. I've tested it and it works. Let's get her to sleep. Oh, man. Did they steal everything that I should have sold? She seems to be sleeping soundly. You did it. Ransacking of our house is a concern. Let's look at the mess. Chapter 4, Grave Mist. Well, I feel like, well, with the completion of a chapter, the introduction of us getting our spellbook open, making our first concoction, and getting ready for the seance, we're starting to get a little taste of the Necromancer's life. So why don't we leave it at this? This feels like the perfect little place to cut it off for today. Thank you for joining us for our very first look at the Necromancer's tale. It's out now. It's pretty interesting. It's got a good plot. It's obviously slow, but it's like it's a slow burn for sure. There's mystery abound. So I'm curious. I want to learn more. I want to know what else happens. But that's gonna be it for now. Until next time.